and welcome to the 23rd meeting of the Milton Planning Board fiscal year 2023. At this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order. To begin, we can start with introducing ourselves, and we have two new successful members of the Planning Board. Cheryl, who stayed on, if you'd like to introduce yourself, you can start.
Cheryl Tagayas, member.
And our other new, congratulations, Jim. Jim
Davis, member.
Great. Maggie?
Mag Goldfield, member.
Sean?
Sean Fahey, member.
And myself, currently serving as chair, and now introducing our staff. Tim?
Tim Zerwinski, Director of Planning and Community Development.
Josh?
Josh Eckhart-Lee, Assistant Town Planner.
And Julia?
Julia Getman, clerk.
Great. Thank you, and welcome to those who are here attending the meeting, and for those of you who are on Zoom. Beginning with our administrative items, we can begin. We have two sets of minutes that we are needing to approve, and they are April 13th, 2023, and the other is March 30th. And have the members had a chance who were in attendance? You only amend them if you are here. So for those of you who are here, has Cheryl's edits came out
Today. Yeah.
So I don't know if everyone has had a chance to review.
I did. I'm good with them.
For which date?
Both March 30th and April 13th.
So on April 13th, I just want to say I did not second the motion to adjourn because I had already left.
That's why I highlighted that. Like,
Okay.
so I was like,
So-
okay, one of those is not right.
Okay. So it was Rich made the motion, and Cheryl, did you? I'm trying to remember who seconded that.
Sean made the motion.
Sean?
Probably.
You made the motion, and Rich?
Well, I'm not sure. Do you?
Okay.
Yeah.
To be amended. So other than that clarification, can I have a motion to approve April 13th and March 30th
As amended?
as amended? Second? Sean?
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call. Jim? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry, you can't vote. Apologize, I just didn't want to
just
leave
has
you
to
out.
abstain,
Maggie?
though.
Yeah.
You can abstain, yeah.
Right.
Maggie?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Thank you. Okay. And now, discussion of our next meeting dates. We have scheduled a meeting for May 11th as our next meeting. We've moved a public hearing to that, the memory care.
We've got pre-town meeting meetings.
Oh, we have pre-town meetings. Yep, we should mention.
We've got them on the public meeting calendar for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Okay,
Use them
Thursday.
Monday, Tuesday, Thursday.
7 o'clock?
Monday,
7 o'clock,
Tuesday.
yeah, at the,
High school.
it's on the public meeting calendar.
43, room 243, I think.
Room 243 at the high school.
Yeah.
So
243 at the high school, okay.
The board can use those, or if we feel we don't need to use them, we can just drop them, but they're available.
But they'll be posted. Okay, terrific. So then we have our May 11th. I actually have, it would be our next meeting would be the May 25th. I am going to be actually out of the country now on the 25th.
As am I. Where are you going?
I'm going to be in France. Are
I'm
you?
leaving for France on the 25th.
Okay. Well, then two of us will not be here.
We'll come with you.
Then I'll just come. We'll have a meeting in Paris.
Any road trip.
I know. It's
Maybe we should have our meeting in France.
Yeah.
yeah,
I like that.
maybe that's funny. So I was wondering, I do feel like we really do need to do something with our MBTA communities. We talked about doing a meeting exclusively on that important topic. And I don't know what people have on the May 22nd, but I was thinking if that would be a possibility. I leave on the 23rd, but maybe that would be a meeting that we could hold and just hold that for strictly MBTA. That would give enough time to util if there was any revisions after tonight. But
So Monday night, the 22nd?
is it a Monday the 22nd? I'm sorry.
That's a Monday.
It's a Monday? Yes, it would be. Is that a possibility
That
for
works
people?
for me.
Fine with me, yeah.
Good.
Tim, how about you? And Josh, your schedule is Julia, obviously.
That is
It's fine.
currently open.
Okay, so we could do a meeting, and we can talk about that agenda, but I think primarily that would be what we would want to put on there when we get to that. Okay, great. So then May 11th and May 22nd.
Meredith, on May 11th, do you expect significant agenda items other than the memory care?
We,
Or Tim,
the
do you
Brush Hill, I
expect
think, I was actually going to, we're going to need to address 1200 Brush Hill Road. I'm thinking maybe move that to the first meeting in June, just to make sure they have plenty of time to do things. So I wasn't going to put that on.
Has that been the
Won't
one,
have
the 1200 Pressure
recodification.
Road you said?
Yes.
And do you,
I think
have you
I-
checked with them if that's acceptable to them?
We don't have,
We got an email from Ned today.
Yeah.
We'll be continuing that, and they said
sometime in May.
they'll be ready in May. So I mean, just
Okay.
it's a crazy schedule. So I'm sure at the first meeting in June. is
Okay.
fine.
Yeah, so, other than that, I mean, I really, memory care, and again, we may have some follow-up for MBT, some other MBTA discussion.
Just recalling the last discussion of memory care where it got very late and public concern about that. So that's why I was asking. It's
Yeah,
just
we
if
want to give them plenty
Right.
of time and put them early on the agenda. I agree. So yeah, but that should be primarily what we'll be discussing. All right, so that is for our meeting dates, and now we can move to staff update. Tim?
Josh.
Josh?
I just wanted to open us up. We have a new staff member in Town Hall. Mira Patel has gone to India, and our new environmental coordinator, his second day was today. Jack Turner is really excited. He comes with a lot of stormwater experience in particular. So he and I will be working closely with him on the MS4 projects that Mira presented before she departed.
Right.
So we're really hoping to have a slate of excellent stormwater and low impact design sort of articles for you all to consider over the next few months.
Great,
That's great.
fantastic. Anything else,
That's
Tim?
it for now.
Okay, great. So now we'll open it up for citizen speak. If there's anyone on Zoom or in the public who would like to speak to anything other than if it's on the agenda, we will certainly give you time to speak at that time. But if you'd like to speak now in advance, that you're welcome to do so as well. But you will have time when we get to the agenda items.
We've got one hand up on the Zoom. Jay Fundley.
Great. Welcome, Jay.
Jay, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Jay Funling, 39 Sias Lane. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome, Jay. If you could just state your address for the record, please.
Okay,
Sorry, did you say-
Jay Funling, 39 Sias
You did say
Lane.
it, sorry, good.
Okay. I think I'm going to break your rule. I'm going to talk about something that's on the agenda.
That's okay.
You can throw me out if you like.
No, that's
So-
fine.
Thank you. So I understand you're discussing the recodification of the town bylaws tonight. I'd like to say I'm very glad this is coming up because the bylaws on our website are embarrassingly outdated. The general bylaws on our website are from 2007 and the zoning bylaws are from 2009. I compared this with other communities around us, some of our peer communities, because I wanted to see when they last updated their bylaws. Now, some of you may have seen me speak at town meeting a few times. You may know I like to show charts and graphs. I thought about making a graph showing when towns around us last updated their bylaws. It would have been a very boring graph because every other town has updated their bylaws since 2019 or more recently. We are not only the farthest behind when compared to our peers, we are extremely embarrassingly so. I would like to thank the town clerk, Susan Galvin, and the building commissioner, Joe Prondak, for visiting this board on September 22nd and explaining how we got into this situation. If anybody wants to know where we are, I encourage them to listen to that meeting starting at about 45 minutes in. It's available on a podcast and it's also available on YouTube. As a town meeting member, when thinking about this issue, as a town meeting member and a warrant committee member, I was a bit nervous about what was being asked of us. several months ago, before this was finalized, I was afraid that town meeting would be asked to approve the wording of all the bylaws. That would be a tall order and a difficult thing to ask 280 town residents to do. Fortunately, town meeting is not being asked to approve the wording of the bylaws. The warrant articles clearly state that all is being asked of town meeting is that the town approve the new numbering system. A few more details, but it's all clerical things like the new numbering system. And we are not being asked about any of the wording in the bylaws themselves. That wording was already set when the laws were approved in preceding years. Merely okaying the new numbering system is something that town meeting can feel comfortable doing. And I want to thank this board very much for moving this process to its much needed and well overdue conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Any other hands that you're seeing up this time? Okay.
Nope.
Great. All right, then we can now open our public hearing for 1065 Brush Hill Road subdivision.
Meredith, do you want, before we do that, just continue the 1200 Brush Hill Road?
I don't know that it matters, does it?
Just get it out of the way so that we don't forget later.
All right, it's on the agenda, but all right, if you want to, sorry.
No, please, that's fine.
We just opened the other hearing though,
Right,
so.
then we'll do it later.
Let's do it in order, okay. Great, please, welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Evening.
Madam Chair, everybody. So my name is Doug Troyer. I'm an attorney for Jesse and Claire Johnson, who purchased 1041 and 1065 Brush Hill Road back in 2020. Here with me tonight is Leslie Schamberger, who's our architect, as well as Jim DeSella, who's our engineer. But at this point, I figured I'd give the presentation. If there's any questions, we can
Perfect.
bring them on board.
Yes, please go ahead.
So briefly, I noticed that this board, there was a subdivision, definitive subdivision plan that was approved back in 2018. It looks like this board is a completely different composition, so just, you were
One
present?
left, yeah.
Excellent, so maybe a little bit of
Nice.
history of it. But just real briefly, the background of that is in 2018, the prior owner of that property, I believe she was looking to sell the property. And she looked to subdivide the property into, and I sent some slides. I don't know if those are available or not.
We can bring those up.
Okay.
Can you bring that? Yeah.
Worst case scenario, it's in our submissions, and in essence, basically, she owned one large tract. Basically, wanted to subdivide it into Lot 1, Lot 2, and a Parcel A. Lot 1 had the main house on it. Parcel 2 had a tennis court and has a carriage house. It's been referred to as a barn, a carriage house. That's been there for some significant period of time. And then Parcel A separates the property. Much smaller parcel between that and the Waynes, which abut that. That was ultimately approved by this planning board. Prior to the submission of that application, the neighbors and the prior owner got together and had numerous conversations to the point where they ended up into a neighborhood agreement, which in essence was the blueprint to allow the prior owner to proceed with the planning board to basically make the request, and the decision that was actually issued has 9 conditions in it. And basically that ultimately identified exactly what was approved, what the conditions were for that. The new owners, Jesse and Claire, let me back up for a second. The subdivision plan was also primarily on Lot 2 that has a carriage house and a tennis court on it. At that time, it was the plan to leave the carriage house as a pre-existing caretaker estate, but allow somebody who purchases property to construct a new dwelling on that lot. As a result, there were certain additional setbacks that were put onto the plan. There was a 50-foot setback. Yeah, if you can go down. Actually, if you keep going down, I think this is going to be better. Just, can you go down to Exhibit C? Or actually, go back up. I apologize.
Yeah, what do you want to look at?
This is good here. So in essence, the original.
Can you actually, can you come back and grab that?
Absolutely.
Noisy chairs we have.
The original, this is the existing conditions plan, and in essence, there was a 50-foot setback that was from parcel A to this area, and then a 75-foot setback from Upper Road down in this area, which was going to be the building envelope for the new structure. The carriage house that you see in the bottom right-hand corner of Lot 2 was going to remain, and as it currently sits, it's a pre-existing non-conforming structure because it's 3 feet from the Olson's property line at that time. Certain conditions were put into play, and 2020, Jesse and Claire purchased the 1065, which is Lot 1, and then they ultimately purchased Lot 2 as well. They've made a decision to not construct a new additional structure. What they're looking to do is raise and rebuild the carriage house and bring that into compliance with the zoning bylaws, with 15-foot setbacks, because right now it is 3 feet. The problem that we have, and we would be able to go straight to a building permit, but the problem that we have is that 50-foot setback off of parcel A, which was at the time in 2018 to make sure that the new dwelling that was going to be proceeded on there would be at least 50 feet from the Wayne property. Also, in 2018, in discussions, I believe the Waynes were looking to potentially purchase parcel A, so that's why there was a 50-foot setback off of parcel A and not necessarily off of their property. So that building envelope pursuant to those discussions was basically established at that time. What the clients, my clients are looking to do now, if you can go down exhibit, it's either B or C. What my clients are looking to do now is the carriage house in this location. They're looking to significantly actually raise and rebuild the carriage house. They're looking to rebuild a smaller structure and move it further over, and also move it about 20.8 feet off of the Olson property, but also basically within the 15-foot setback off of parcel A. In essence, what we have here is about 55 feet from this structure to here, no longer really needing to have the 50-foot setback in this area. We met with the town officials prior to submitting this application, and it was highly recommended that we have a neighborhood meeting. And on February 8th, we sent notice to everyone who's on the abutters list. And we were fortunate enough, while we didn't have huge attendance, we definitely had attendance from the Olsons, which are on the lower property. The Waynes were present, and pretty much any other abutter that would be impacted by this. We had discussions with that group, and I think it's fair to say that people were, I think, happy to see that we weren't looking to construct a new second dwelling on there, and that we're looking to raise and rebuild a dilapidated carriage house that's been there for a long time and bring it into compliance. There's one issue that I'll talk about when I get into the conditions with the Olsons that did not make its way into the subdivision decision back in 2018. Part of the neighborhood agreement was that there was going to be a 50-foot setback off of their property as well. And my understanding is that there is concern that while what we're looking to do is not an issue, they want to make sure that there's a condition that's placed on this decision that says that any additional dwelling or structure that is constructed after we do the raise and rebuild of the carriage house cannot be within 50 foot. We have no issue with that. We've talked about just doing it as a condition. We haven't put it on the plan as of yet, but it is something that I wanted to talk to this board to see what this board felt would be the most consistent with your bylaws. That in essence is what we're looking to do, and it's condition 7 is the one that basically has that 50-foot setback, and that's the main one that we were looking to amend that would allow us to proceed with the building permit. But since we had an opportunity to modify, I also wanted to bring the board up to speed on the 9 other conditions, because I think we can clarify those, strike the ones that have been resolved, and basically leave the ones that still need to be made and modify the ones that need to be modified. And I've listed them in detail in my memorandum, and I'm not sure if you want me to go through them specifically, but I think the main ones that we're looking to be modified or basically indicate still exist, is that condition number 1 said that the existing dwelling on Lot 1 and any new dwelling on Lot 2 shall be fitted with fire suppression sprinkler systems, as well as the barn shown on Lot 2. We have the owners have basically fitted the main house with fire sprinkler systems, but because of the sale and the use that they're looking to do with the carriage house hasn't been done. But that will be part of the plan when they seek a building permit. So we're looking to modify that condition that any replacement dwelling for the existing structure on 1041 shall be fitted with a fire suppression sprinkler system. The fourth condition discusses that the applicant 50% and the owners of 1033, 1057, 1061, and 1067 shall fund the cost to resurface Lower Road not later than June 15th, 2019. This property was sold in 2020. My clients, it appears that 2 of those owners have also sold and moved on, and that has not been completed. But prior to the sale of the property to my clients, the prior owner funded her 50% of it, so we have complied with that. And what we intend to do is basically have discussions with the new owners about doing that work. So in essence, we're looking to amend that condition to allow additional time to give us a year from the hopeful approval of the amended subdivision amendment. The other one we're looking to improve upon is lots 1 and 2 in parcel A shall all retain the natural vegetation that exists along the frontage of the road. Want to leave that one alone and basically maintain that condition. The big one is number 7. Any new dwelling that may be constructed on lot 2 shall be set back a minimum of 75 feet from upper road and 50 feet from the new lot line between lots 2 and parcel A. And that's what I was talking about earlier. What we are looking to do is maintain the 75 feet. We're not looking to amend that. So we keep it, any replacement dwelling on the existing structure on lot 2 that may be constructed on lot 2 shall be set back a minimum of 75 feet from upper road and 15 feet from the lot line between lot 2 and parcel A. That brings us into compliance with the bylaws. It modifies the 50-foot from the subdivision approval in 2018 and allows them to proceed with the building permit. We, in discussions with the Olsons at the neighborhood meeting and subsequent thereto, there's a concern about the fact that that 50-foot setback from the neighborhood agreement never made its way in. And we have agreed with them to add an additional condition that after the existing structure on lot 2 has been raised and rebuilt, any additional structure that may be constructed on lot 2 shall be set back 50 feet from 1053 Brush Hill Road's property line. We feel that that's a sufficient condition and gives them what they are looking for, but we are open to discussion on how best to address that. And then the final, condition number 9, we're looking to leave the same. All of the other conditions have been complied with, and as-built plans have been submitted, and they have been identified on these submissions, the fire hydrant, the sewer line, the water line. All of those things have been completed and are no longer necessary to be conditions. In essence, we believe that what we're looking to do here is there's a new owner in town who's looking to basically be a very good neighbor. And we are hopeful that the neighbors are happy with what we're looking to do there. And it seems from our neighborhood meeting that what we are looking to do there is actually an improvement. We're basically raising and rebuilding a non-conforming structure and making it compliant with the bylaws. We're actually improving upon that structure, and we're actually cleaning up the conditions and identifying those conditions so that all of those conditions can be met and allow Jesse and Claire to proceed with the building permit to construct what we all think will be a great addition to that property, and only have one single-family dwelling on there instead of a single-family dwelling and a carriage house that's pre-existing non-conforming. I have, I don't because it's not on here, but we have renderings of what it's going to look like. I don't know if we really need to get into that with you guys, but Leslie's here and she can talk about those. If you have any questions about the actual plan itself, Jim is here to answer those questions. But I thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions this board may have.
Fantastic. So just to, well, I'll just clarify that the items that you have completed, that you have taken care of, are condition number 2, 5. You've partially taken.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Yes.
If,
If you want to go through and
Yeah,
just say
that's okay.
exactly, just so we can work maybe
So
from,
condition number 1 requires a fire suppression system on the main house and the carriage house.
Right.
The main house has been complied with, the carriage house needs to be done.
Right.
We'll get that taken
When that
care
will
of.
be
So
done,
that's why I'm
exactly.
proposing in my conclusion that condition 1 be modified to require that
Yep.
the new structure have a fire suppression system.
exactly.
Number 2, replace the water line that exists within Upper Rome. That has been
Been done,
complied with.
right.
And we're asking that that be removed, and the plans which we have submitted show those.
Great.
Number 3 has also been complied with. Install a new fire hydrant proximate to the property on 1033 Brush Hill Road. That has also been complied with and is identified on our revised plans. Number 4 is the applicant resurface Lower Road. That one basically had a deadline of June 15th. Something happened, and basically the deadline already passed by the time my clients purchased the property, but we're willing to adhere to that condition.
Right.
We just need a little bit of additional time to do it, so we're requesting that deadline be extended. Number 5 has been complied with. They have repaired and replaced the storm drain at the bottom of the driveway at the intersection with Laurel Road. The plans demonstrate that as well. Number 6 is really a condition which this board put on to maintain and retain all the natural vegetation. We're not looking to change that. We're saying that should stay in.
stays.
Number 7 is the 50-foot setback conditions in which we're trying to have removed, which is the main purpose of this application. Number 8, the existing septic system located on parcel A, which services the accessory barn on lot 2, shall be disconnected and closed in accordance with requirements of Title V. That has also been done. So we're asking that that be removed. And then number 9 is just a catch-all one, that there should be no further subdivision on either lots 1 or 2, and there should be no driveway access from either lot 1 or 2 to Upper Road. We're asking that no changes to that be done.
Great.
So I have a question on number 8. It says further that the accessory barn shall be connected to the new sewer septic service to be installed with the new dwelling. Are you planning to have a new sewer septic installed with the new carriage house?
There is one. There's a separate
Can you
system.
come up and,
Jim DeSalbro.
Hi, Jim.
How you doing? The, when they did the septic system for the big house, around the same time, they installed a separate system for the carriage house. So that's a brand-new system, and we're gonna reuse that when we build the new carriage house.
Okay.
And that pumps to Upper Road.
So it seems as if that would need some further revision in that condition as well then,
Clarification.
because it is connected to a new one already, is what you're saying, right?
So number 8, which services from,
Well, if it has been disconnected
it has been
disconnected already, and closed in accordance with the requirement of Title V, an accessory barn.
Oh, you may be confused. The new dwelling, that concerns the new dwelling. Basically, the carriage house was to remain, and they were going to construct a new dwelling. And I think that condition is referencing that new dwelling.
But it says, all right, but it says the accessory barn shall be connected to new sewer septic service to be installed for the new dwelling on Lot 2. So it's talking about not only the dwelling, but the barn.
Right.
So
So we need to.
I think we need to
Clarify.
clarify that,
Agreed.
yes.
Agreed.
Okay,
Great. That,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
any questions from,
I do, can we go back to the plan where it shows the setback line, the proposed setback line?
That's going to be,
what's that said?
yeah, this is,
Yeah, so the 15 feet, what you've suggested is that where this is marked on this plan, you're not asking, or you're agreeing to keep it at 50 feet where that 15 feet is shown here? Is that, am I understanding that correctly? If a new dwelling was built, that it would be 50 feet there rather than 15?
No, so basically, I
It's the
think what
lower.
I was referring to, the Olsons live here, and in the original decision, the neighborhood agreement identified a 50-foot setback from their property.
Yeah,
That
okay.
was never on there.
Okay.
It never got approved, it wasn't in that plan. And in connection with our discussions with them, they were upset that that was never there, and as a result, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. And as a result, that's why we are looking to add a condition to 7 to basically say that after this proposed raise and rebuild is constructed, no additional structure can be constructed within 50 feet of the Olson property. And then at the end of the day, nothing else can be constructed because we are converting this caretaker accessory use into the single-family dwelling. So in essence, it's belts and suspenders because we wouldn't be able to do it anyway. But pursuant to conversations with them, we are happy to cure the issue that happened last time and ensure them that the protections will be found.
So sorry, one more question on this. So where it's showing 20.8 feet, that's been acceptable to them, that this new structure, let's call it, is going to be 20 feet rather than 50 feet?
My understanding is that with the carriage house, by taking the 3 feet that is currently there today and increasing that to 20.3 feet, and they're here and I'm sure that they're going to speak to you, but my understanding is that they are okay with that, but the biggest concern was that if anybody else came on this property and tried to do something, they wouldn't be able to construct it in 50 feet. And like I said, once this is raised and rebuilt, it turns into the single-family dwelling on that lot, so no one's going to be able to do anything anyway. It's more of a belts and suspenders trying to address a concern of an abutter.
So Tim, if someone wanted to do an addition to this later, would this be considered conforming or pre-existing non-conforming?
That's a good question. I can't imagine that it would be, and Doug, you can opine on this.
Yeah.
It's no longer pre-existing at this point. It's a new structure.
Once we build it,
Right.
yeah, we would lose our, can't say the word anymore, pre-existing non-conforming. I was going to say the word you're not supposed to say anymore, pre-existing non-conforming status. We would lose that by basically raising that. So we no longer have a pre-existing non-conforming because what we're doing is what we're looking to do is comply with all of the bylaw setbacks, but add a belts and suspenders condition in an effort to address an abutter concern that.
But that becomes a setback now, right? Because it wasn't done. So I guess what I'm thinking is,
my preference is not to have anything because at the end of the day, I can't. No one once we lose a pre-existing non-conforming status, and we come into compliance, nobody's going to be able to come on there and build anything within the 15 foot. I think what their concern is speculation. I think the history of the prior owner, I think, is still weighing. And I don't know if the board knows about the history or not, but I think the prior history of the prior owner is still weighing. And we are looking to appease those concerns and trying to find what would be the best way to do that.
so I'm just trying to think ahead to the day when your clients may not be the owners and someone else may come forward, and just to make sure that what we do would provide the protections that we think they're providing today, right?
Yeah.
So down the road. So that's where if someone came to do an addition or some other structure, are we thinking this through completely? And that's all I'm trying to ask this question
I've had a problem
for.
with it as well, and I'll let Mr. and Mrs. Olson speak to their concerns. It's
Okay.
my attempt to try and address an abutter concern, but I believe once it loses its pre-existing non-conforming status, and because we are increasing it from 3 feet to 20.3 feet, it should address their concerns, but I think they're looking to have a belts and suspenders on it. So,
Right, so-
I'm not sure how best to address it.
So do you think that the way you've conceived what you're requesting, if someone came in the future that to do an addition to this carriage, that they wouldn't be able to do it within 50 feet?
Any additional structure, I think it's how we craft.
Or in addition to this
Or
structure?
Or addition to structure. I've crafted it as any additional structure, not an addition. I've basically done it. I'm trying to address the concern that no one's going to be able to come in there and build another new structure on that building. And if they do it, it has to be within 50 feet. That's why I structured the language, any additional structure. So they could come in and do an addition, but it would have to comply with the bylaws.
So my concern would be that the addition continued, let's say, if we're looking at the screen, to the plan to the left.
Yep.
And so that 20 feet 8 continues.
Yep.
And I don't think that sounds like what everyone's talking about wanting to achieve there.
Yeah, I think we need some clarification from the Olsons to determine what exactly their concerns are. This is my attempt to
Okay.
try and address those.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I understand the concern.
Do we want to show that 50-foot line on this map, on this plan?
I think so. I mean, I'm still trying to conceptualize how this gets documented in a way that's, yeah. like-
have it here if you want
Okay,
to see.
sure. Because as you noted at the beginning, I'm the only one that was here when this plan came through us before. And down the road, there will probably be the same situation. Maybe nobody,
I'm
right?
thinking if someone-
This is, I believe, what they were talking about, and we put a note on here that
Okay.
this 15-foot setback that was on the original plan would go to 50 feet. So anything in this area here, they could add on to it, but you can't build anything in here.
Okay.
That was
Is that's not what we
That was the
have?
intent that I thought originally.
But that's not on here, what I have on my screen, right?
This just came about
Oh, okay.
last week.
Okay, that helps me understand better what you're talking about. Okay.
Would you get a variance and build within the 50, or no?
I guess if you've got a variance for it, but.
You could try.
If it's a condition,
Wouldn't allow it, you wouldn't be able to do it.
given that these were conditions for the subdivision approval,
Correct.
Yeah.
so,
So I mean, I'd like to see that line on the plan with
Right.
reference to wherever I don't know if you would be able to know the book and page, but just referring to the decision. Just because I know sometimes, especially with the subdivision, you'll look up the plan and maybe not look up the decision at the same time. So if the decision is loaded up with conditions, you want to make sure that you can get back to that from the plan.
well, I think it's much clearer to see on a plan than to try and understand it from words. There's room for misinterpretation or misunderstanding.
But I want to follow, I think, a thought that I have that I think you're presenting. A person could build an addition to this. And what restriction is there on how large that addition is?
I think that's something for us to discuss, whether that's a language we want to change.
Well, I think it'd be good to know the intent, right? The intent is for that not to happen, right?
But the language
I know.
isn't clear enough then.
I know.
Right.
If you would like, and I'm assuming, do you guys want to talk? Yeah, sure. Maybe have her talk about the concerns, and maybe we can.
Sure, so we can
That'd be helpful.
make sure we, appropriate language. Welcome, and if you can just state your name and just to disclose, I'm the member of the Milton Garden Club with Becky, so that we're full disclosure. So.
Yes, so my name is Becky Simons, and my husband and I, Bjorn Olson, own 1053 Russell Road, which abuts this, the Johnson's property. And the reason this kind of whole thing came out is we had, when Juliet Turner owned the property and wanted to subdivide it, actually she originally wanted to subdivide it to three pieces, but it doesn't matter. It ended up being 2 in that lot A. We created a neighborhood agreement, and on the neighborhood agreement was handwritten actually, that our property and the Wayne property requested 50-foot setbacks. And when the subdivision plan was created, the Wayne's handwritten 50-foot setback got put into the plan, but ours didn't. So consequently, when we went to the first meeting, Mr. Troyer said to me kind of, Becky, yours doesn't count anymore. And I was like, oh, It was news to me. So anyway, I went and did some research, and I found out that it was an error that happened, human error that happened here, with somebody transcribing the neighborhood agreement onto a subdivision map. So as a citizen, that didn't really make us feel very happy. And I was like, well, gosh, should we have been like over the shoulder of the person, like as they're doing it? And anyway, so, and going back a little bit, our property is very narrow. And we have a barn, and there, the carriage house was built like 3
Right.
feet over the property line. And it had been there for a long time. Our property is pretty old. It's actually older. That property, I think, was built in like 1920s.
Right.
And our property dates back to like 1725. Anyway, so I saw this as, wow, this is an opportunity. They want to take the barn down. We actually went to a hearing and encouraged that. They wanted to take the carriage house down, and I thought, well, finally, it could be kind of put right. And if you have a big structure that's kind of looming on your property, and then I heard that the 50-foot setback that we had put in the neighborhood agreement that was actually filed with that subdivision plan on their the 1065 on the Registry of Deeds, because it wasn't on that subdivision map, was didn't have any legs. So so thinking forward, I was like, well, gosh, here we put all this good thinking into this for a futuristic thing like this, and now it's just null and void. So what can we do to kind of protect the property in the future, really even beyond when we're there? And so we felt that it wasn't unreasonable, to put that 50-foot subdivision back in, and that 50-foot setback, back in. And we felt that, with regards to, Cheryl, I'd be curious to hear your question about if there was an addition put on. I mean, our primary motive was to have the building built farther from us. So we wouldn't really want, and if an addition was put on that was within, on the existing, that's not what we're looking for. I mean, I hate to be selfish about it, but that's kind of it. You want to add anything? No. So, any questions?
So was it only recently with this that you learned that the 50 feet wasn't?
It was through this process. We had no idea.
Okay.
No idea. And then I went back to Jeff Patterson, and then, I kind of found out, I did some sleuthing, and I found out that, it was, and it also gave me pause, because I thought, well, I felt like it was gray. I mean, no offense to you, Mr. Troyer, but I felt like it was a little gray, and the more I kind of talked around with people, they were like, Becky, if it's recorded, it's, even though it was not submitted, even though it was not on the subdivision plan, but it's in the agreement, it has some legs. So we kind of thought, well, do we want to hire a lawyer? We had worked with Bob Galvin. He's the one that actually drove and created the whole thing for us as a neighborhood group, this neighborhood agreement. And Jordan and I decided, no, we're not going to do that. We like what they've put forward, but we, we're happy with what's going to happen, but we want to have it put back in.
What was agreed to.
So then the question I have in terms of the plan itself, there's no dimensions for the structure, and that's not very protective in my view, because we don't actually now know how big that structure is, or how long. When a building permit gets applied for, would that change?
We have a building permit plan. Obviously, it would only be a demonstrative report. It's what he has showed you today. And it's very similar to what I had shown you earlier with the proposed building, which is basically we're reducing the square footage of the building, and we're relocating it to a different location. It's actually Exhibit B of my submission.
I did see that. It's a smaller size, but we,
You know what? I think I have extra.
It's sort of shifting it.
yeah, yep, it's a more narrow
Yeah,
building.
graphically, I understand that, but in terms of when we think about our building official enforcing a decision, and he gets a set of plans that don't, and then they might be 20 feet, it might be 25 feet, it might be 30 feet, it might be 50 feet, you know, we don't know without it being some dimensions on this drawing.
Yeah, you know, Cheryl, to your point here, and I want to examine the language here a little bit, because I think the language might not be aligned with necessarily the intent, and it might be a little loose. So when you get to the conclusion, and number 4 in the conclusion reads, any replacement dwelling of the existing structure on Lot 2 that may be constructed on Lot 2 shall be set back a minimum of 75 feet from the upper road lot line and 15 feet from lot line between 2 and parcel A. There's a lot of latitude there. You could fall within that. That structure could be substantially larger than the one that is said to be replaced, right? Mm-hmm. So
I don't think that's
I mean, it would
necessarily
be-
the
it
issue.
would
I know
be
that's-
sub-
The setback.
It would be
I realize
subject-
that, but if we're talking to the language and making sure that the language aligns with the intent, I think we just might have to work through the language and get language that that protects the interest of those.
So what I would say to like the footprint of, let's say, a dwelling, it would be subject to the other requirements in the zoning code. But what we're looking at here is a specific requirement for a distance back, right? So while that became a
have to follow-
condition of the subdivision.
Right.
Yeah, so there would still need to be like, you know, lot coverage and,
Right, this would
that
not
sort of-
overrule the existing zoning. It would be just a
right,
setback
but
would be-
my,
Yeah.
Can I provide this to the board, which
Sure.
I think may assist in this conversation? This is a demonstrative.
oh, okay,
thank
there we
you.
go. That's what I was looking for in our electronic. We don't
Thank you.
have this in our electronic, is that what?
I sent it, but for some reason it's not.
Okay,
accessible.
okay, thank you. That's what I'm asking for, yes.
And what we can do, and it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th exhibit in. And Jim can probably talk more about this, but this is the proposed building permit plan that I would file. And my exhibit B has an overlay of this proposed structure, and that's what we were looking to propose. And maybe the language is, once this is constructed, no other structure can be located, no other structure, addition, or whatnot can be located
Yep.
within 50 feet of the Olson property once this proposed raise and rebuild is constructed.
Yeah,
I think that's something which we could live with.
I think, you
I
know,
think that
there's-
language of an addition.
right, I like the addition included in that. And I like the fact that it has dimensions, so the plan that we would be referring to, this is,
We could have something specific.
we would have to have those dimensions on it. So I'm not, so this was for information only that it was submitted because it's not part of the application, is
It's
that
not part of the
right?
application because it's not relevant to the application, but it's relevant to this conversation.
Yeah.
And we put together, I knew because of my conversations with Ms. Simmons, I apologize. It's her, I kept calling her Miss Olson, so I apologize. Our conversations and my client's conversations with her, I knew this issue has come up, so we wanted to have a demonstrative to show the board if there were questions and exactly what we're looking for.
Right, so I guess what I would say is that I would like to have the information that's on this plan, which is sheet 2 of 5, the layout plan, included in the plan in our application. So
Attached.
it would need an amended plan.
So do an overlay?
No, you just add it to this plan.
The document.
You add the dimensions to the, I'm sorry, I'm pointing to the plan that's Exhibit B. So maybe you can put
Oh.
Exhibit B back up,
I
Tim.
gotcha. I don't think we have an issue with that.
Okay.
And do you want the 50, and then
And the 50
and then put
feet,
the 50 foot on the Mylar?
yes.
Right.
Okay, that's the final plan.
As well as these dimensions. So the 50 feet and these dimensions would be on
Separate
the,
plans, so 2 plans. Nope.
one plan.
This is my being an idiot when it comes to being
No,
busy.
this,
He understands,
Yeah.
which is all that matters.
Okay. All right, great.
that's great.
Yeah, yeah, I'm fine with that. I just don't want to get into the situation that we were in before. So whatever,
I was about to say that we, after we finish our discussion, we would continue the hearing until we receive an updated plan. So that would be clear, that you'd have an opportunity, we would have an opportunity, and you would have an opportunity to see the plan.
So we
With
can be
this
as
information
specific
on
as
it.
possible, so it won't happen again.
I see.
So this is, because I think we all agree that this is actually a really good outcome for this property. And, I know the neighbors couldn't be happier to have your client as neighbors and really trying to work with
That's our intent.
the neighborhood and doing some really good things to keep the property intact.
So trying to make sure that we get on the
Yeah, and improve on
plan
it.
what is being talked about, which
Okay.
didn't happen before.
Right.
And sorry, I don't remember that being not happening before. So since I was on the board, I don't remember that not being taken care of before, so I apologize for that. But I'm trying to make sure we get it
We get
right
it clarified this time. Yeah.
Because you want to see the measurements anyway, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then when the building official goes to enforce the permit, it's very clear.
It is clear, so we don't have the same similar issue, because there's no, we could litigate all day about this issue.
Right.
And that's the last thing anybody really wants to do, and that's the reason why we are
Great.
here tonight, trying to do what should have been done, as well as allow my clients to do what they were looking to do on the property, which I think is in everyone's best interest. If we could, so basically what I'm hearing is amend the plan consistent with what you're requesting, submit that. Can we get on the next hearing to basically present that? Is that something we can turn around quickly?
We would need to
have-
look at the revisions to the conditions, the changes in the conditions that you wanted, because we talked about a couple of things tonight as well, right?
That's what I was going to ask.
Ooh, yeah, obviously, absolutely.
If you could circulate a draft decision,
Yep.
that would be more efficient, I think, for us to have time to review it prior to that meeting. And then any comments that we might have, we could get to Tim to give to you. So if there is anything minor that we would want to see in that draft decision,
Okay.
along with what we've asked, that would be most helpful.
That's fine. Do you want me to do the whole decision, or are you just looking for me to basically give you the conditions? I'll do my best with it. You guys can amend it from there. Perfect. Sounds
Great.
good.
Yeah.
Before we get to the end, what language are you changing in the conditions that you wrote? I just want to make sure that we leave here with
So
good understanding
That was
of.
what we want, yeah.
conditions 1, 4, 6, 7, and 9.
So,
Condition,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm looking at the conclusion. Do you want to, where are we, which part
page,
of your
yeah.
letter?
well, the conclusion, I was actually looking at the conclusion as well, but
Okay.
we go back
It would be
to
specifically,
I'll stay in the conclusion, that's fine, I'm on that now.
the conclusion is basically condition number 1. I am basically amending that condition to replacement of the dwelling. Any replacement dwelling for the existing structure on 1041 Brush Hill Road shall be fitted with a fire suppression sprinkler system. That is basically amending condition number 1, because the main house has already been fitted, and the only thing that's remaining to be done is when they construct, raise and rebuild, that the fire suppression sprinkler system is added to the new building.
Okay, can we stop there for a minute?
Sure.
Can we get confirmation from the building department that that in fact is in place?
It's already been verified by the town Milton building commissioner, and
Okay.
I'm hopeful that he may be able to issue
Okay.
whatever you guys are looking for.
That would be helpful, for the record.
I guess we should talk about extending on number 4, the date to which you would want that extended.
I was looking for 1 year from the approval of the subdivision amendment.
Okay,
That seems reasonable to me.
yeah.
And then the other one we're looking to do is condition number 4. Oh yeah, we just talked about that one. Condition number 6, we're maintaining. We're not making any changes to that, but that needs to remain. And condition number 7 is the one we've been talking about the majority of the night. And then condition number 9 basically is not being changed, but it should remain as a condition within the amended decision.
And I think we were going to clarify number 8, just in that septic, that
That's
has,
right.
that the original home,
Right.
that there has been a new septic installed at both the main house and will be, and it has been installed at the guest house that will be utilized
Yep.
for the new.
So the way that this is written, someone could put an addition on this new structure.
No, because I need to revise
Okay.
7.
Yeah, revise
Okay,
it, right.
okay,
The way
okay.
7's written,
Yeah.
the amendment 7 is not the way it's going to be in my draft.
Great.
Based on discussions tonight, I need to rework that.
I understood.
that
I'm
language.
good with that.
Yep.
Great, thank you.
Is there anything, I'm sorry.
Anyone else?
you're-
Yes.
you-
That's okay.
I was going to ask.
Matt Kamek, 1057 Brush Hill Road,
Yes,
butter around the other side.
welcome.
But the barn, the carriage house is sort of like right up on a hill above our property, and I'm just wondering on the language about an addition, preventing an addition in the future.
Right.
Does that include, someone puts a, not the Johnsons, but if the Johnsons move out someday, someone puts a big sun deck on top or builds up? Does that fall within what you're talking about, or is it?
That would fall within the existing zoning, and it would not be pre-existing. It would have to follow what is current zoning and what,
So it'd be permissible to build up?
for what, it would be under the height and relevant requirements, so.
So the bylaws are on a single family. Is this considered an accessory structure?
Well, it's a good question.
Because the heights are different on an accessory structure than a,
No, they're not.
It won't be an accessory
Yeah.
structure.
Are they? Are they?
oh yeah.
You sure about that?
It will
I'm pretty
not
sure.
be, it's,
Oh, but I'm not going to swear on
building
the
it.
fact of Bibles.
Right. So I say it's a good question because we're talking about there's no intention of this is effectively the house on lot 2
Yes.
is what you're saying. But it's
I just think it's another thing to make sure it's clear.
right.
I agree
it's
that
an
it's
accessory
a,
structure now, but like if we're talking about there's not going to be a primary structure on that lot, then this wouldn't be an accessory structure. It would be the primary structure.
Right. And just to really focus in, the whole reason for the 50-foot setback off of parcel A and the 50-foot setback off of Olson's property was because a new dwelling was going to be constructed and the carriage house was going to remain. We are reducing the size of the carriage house. We're not building another structure, and we're moving it from 3 feet to 23 feet. So and once we do that, that becomes the single-family structure. The whole reason that 50-foot was there or requested to be there in initial was because of the construction of the new dwelling. They didn't want another dwelling within 50 feet. We're not doing that. We are merely raising and rebuilding. I could go for a pre-existing non-conforming, but that's not what I'm doing because it doesn't rectify the problems that are in there. And it's a new neighbor in town, and we've gotten everyone on the same page. That's why we're proceeding this way. So in reality, the neighborhood agreement that was entered into was for a new building, had nothing to do with this carriage house. We could leave the carriage house 3 feet. Basically, we could do whatever we want with that as a pre-existing non-conforming. That's not what we're looking to do. We're not looking to maintain it at 3. We're looking to bump it and reduce it.
You couldn't make it a second dwelling unit if you built another one. So no, but what I mean is you say you could do anything with it?
Oh, I apologize. I'm being You know.
They
I'm
could
being
have had
monstrous,
that, yeah.
I
Yeah,
apologize,
I mean,
but-
you wouldn't be able to, if you built another dwelling, someone built another dwelling, you wouldn't be able to put another dwelling in the carriage house.
No,
Right.
no, I would have
I just want to be
keep
clear
it-
about that.
If I was going to use the carriage house, it would have to be, I would turn it into a single-family dwelling.
Right.
Lose the pre-existing non-conforming caretaker estate, but it would turn into the, but I would be able to utilize the existing footprint of it and basically construct in the same area if I chose.
So I'm just, again, trying to think ahead. I
Yeah.
understand what you're trying to do. I'm just trying to think ahead
For
what
problems.
somebody else might try and think of and try and do down the road.
Yeah, and I think what we've talked about is, once this is constructed, no structure can be placed within 50 feet of the Olson's property line.
So maybe it's the nomenclature needs to be, rather than it's a carriage house, it's a single-family residence.
Yeah.
Because then it's clear.
I think that's what they put in their materials. It is
Okay.
a single-family residence structure.
Yeah, please.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Leslie Schneeberger, architect for the project. The additional exhibit that Doug gave to you is for our building permit application, and the entire house is designed and in permitting right now.
Okay.
It's a single-family dwelling. It is the only single-family dwelling that can ever go on this piece of property, because Milton bylaws, as you need to amend but have, only allowed one on the property, and we do recognize that this is becoming the single-family
Right.
residence on the
Okay.
property. And the setback, the 50-foot setback will not allow any building to be built over that 50-foot setback, even if it were an addition to the new carriage house building that's being put on there.
Yeah, so my point is that that dimension, if I'm reading it correctly, is 158 feet, right? Isn't it 158 feet, this dimension?
I'm sorry.
From there to there is 158 feet.
Yes.
And,
From the
and-
upper
and you're saying, yeah, from upper, so,
Yes.
and the limit of the setback that you're referring to is 50 feet, right?
Correct.
So if I could finish, so you have 100 feet you could go with an addition and still be in compliance with the 50-foot.
Correct.
Okay, so that's my concern, that down the road, someone doesn't take what we create here today and have an opportunity to put an addition onto what you're building here that would essentially be inconsistent with what the neighbors agreed to originally.
No,
No?
what they're agreeing is the
There's still-
setback off their property.
That's not.
These are the,
It's
50
not what they
feet.
agreed to
No.
initially, so it's.
so it's this.
So-
I understand,
Here from this property.
but they agreed that if a dwelling was built on this property, it wouldn't be within 50 feet, right?
But not of this.
I understand that, I understand, but from 50, so somebody could build an addition going in that direction.
I'm sorry, I think there's a miscommunication. It is okay for an addition to happen beyond the 50
Right,
feet.
that's okay. The
It's
neighbors
just for
do not.
nothing to be
Yeah.
built in front of that.
And it has to comply with the zoning bylaws. Whatever we would
Correct.
want to do with that, we have to be in compliance. The only concern is that nothing goes within the 50
So
feet
lot-
after
so
we
they're-
raise and rebuild the carriage house.
Could you join me for a minute and just look at this plan with me? Yeah, please, if you don't mind.
Yeah, this was never part of their agreement.
So the 50-foot dimension that was originally agreed to is from where? From here to wherever 50 feet lands?
Yes, right about there.
Oh, that's 50 feet there?
55, one of those is 50.
Okay, okay. Okay, I couldn't find the 50-foot dimension. I think I'm okay then.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, we don't have it in the plans that we have, Sean, so
Yeah.
we'll need that. That's part of what they're going to have to come back with.
It sounds like we need to make these amendments. I do the draft decision. We have a further hearing, and hopeful at that point we'll have clarification and be able to finalize it.
Yeah.
at that point.
That sounds right.
And can you circulate it to the neighbors?
We have.
As well as, when you do the revision, so they can review it at that
Yeah,
time?
we actually submitted emails to everyone of our filing as well. So we've done a neighborhood meeting, and we've got the email list, and we've tried to keep everyone as informed as we possibly can. And as a result of that, I think the reason why there isn't such a large group of neighbors here is because we have had conversations with them about this and have kept them in the loop. So we will definitely do that.
Okay.
And these lots can still be split in the future? Lot one?
No, because one of the conditions is that no further separation can be made. There should be no further subdivision on either lot 1 or 2, and there should be no driveway access from either lot 1 or 2 to Upper Road. That's condition number 9 that we're not changing.
Okay, so,
And you didn't mention it, but I will say the Historical Commission, it was in the notes for everyone. It did come before the Historical Commission, and we had no issue with the demolition of the existing building. Did not.
did you want to see if there's anybody watching?
Is there anyone on Zoom? Yeah, is anyone on Zoom that you see that, any hands raised? Okay. So I think we should, we can continue this to, do we think we want to continue it to the May 11th?
Do you have, that would, I'd like for us to get back to having materials a week before our meeting. So do you think that you could have materials to us a week, within 1 week, which would allow us to put it on the agenda for then?
Yep.
So that would be
So that would be
the 4th, May 4th, actually. That's sort of.
so next Thursday. Yep, I can get drafts to you, and then we can tweak the draft at the meeting for there.
Okay.
We definitely can get revised plans to you, and
That's great. That way we can, if we have comments, we can send them to Tim, in advance, or just anything that
yeah, because it
we
sounds like the
catch.
22nd is going to be MBTA.
Yeah,
So I'd like
yeah.
to go May 11th because we are anxious to
Right.
get moving, obviously, but we want to make sure we dot our i's and cross our t's. So appreciate it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that would sort of mean making sure the neighbors had it before we got it. So I don't know if that is.
You're not going to get it before you get it.
Yeah.
You'll get it
At
at
the
the same
same
time
time.
we get it.
Okay.
We get it. I mean, it's particularly May 4th.
Yeah.
It will be submitted to them when we submit it to the town.
Okay.
That's great. That should be enough time, I think, too. Yeah. Okay.
So then I would make a motion to continue the public hearing for 1065 Brush Hill Road subdivision to May 11th. Do we have a time for the memory care already at 7:05? So
7:05, yeah.
all right, so at 7:10?
Or should we say 7 o'clock, so we could, I think this will be
Quicker?
quicker.
Okay.
I think the
At 7 o'clock then.
memory care will be a lengthy discussion.
So May 11th at 7 o'clock.
Yes.
I'll
Is there a
second.
second? Okay. All right, all in favor? Cheryl?
Yes?
Sean?
Yes.
Maggie?
Yes.
Jim? And myself, yes. Great.
Quick
Thank
question.
you.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
thank
Quick
you.
question. Will this be available, video be available, like tomorrow, probably? Okay, great. That will help
Yeah.
me with drafting my decision.
Good, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have
It's
a good evening.
great.
Thank
great-
you.
Yeah. Okay, great. All right, so moving on, so that's continued. We now can, now that we have moved that subdivision, the public hearing, we now can open the, actually, we can, I don't know if it matters, open the discussion for the recodification, the zoning article for town meeting. We'll go with that next, since we do have people who probably want to speak to that. So this hearing is officially opened, and we can begin. If there's anyone who would like to speak to this zoning article, please feel free to come forward and raise your hand if you're on Zoom. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi, good to see you.
Hello. Clean.
Do you want me to speak first?
Yes,
Or-
welcome. Yes, please.
Okay, my name is Kathleen O'Donnell. I'm a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals. I'm a former member of the Planning Board. Before that, I was a member of the Board of Appeals. And so I'm here tonight to ask, oh, sorry, 12 Belcher Circle, Precinct 7. I am also a town meeting member for Precinct 7. I'm asking you folks to consider supporting the article that would approve the recodification of the zoning bylaw. I was on the Zoom call last time and I also have spoken to the bylaw committee chair, Peter Mullen, in the intervening time about the objections that have been raised by Mr. Whiteside. And I have to quite honestly say that the objections that have been raised to this unbelievably radical idea that we would have our zoning code on the computer in a way that you could read it and use it, is kind of getting to the point of like how many angels could dance on the head of a pin in the medieval monks discussion. The objections, in my opinion, are not substantive. They, the alleged procedural defects would be addressed by town council and by the attorney general's office if there were any. And so that's certainly a question that could come up before town council at town meeting. Could be asked that question as to whether there were any problems. I don't think that those procedural defects are something that should stop you from issuing an approval of this article. The second bunch of objections made were really kind of addressing not the substance of the zoning code, but kind of like the layout and the fact that, you know, there was some thought about why is it called article, why are we capitalizing town? I mean, all these kinds of things that are not substantive either. They're just really sort of stylistic. And I would point out that, you know, the town spent money hiring a third-party general code, which does this job in almost 40 states and has done them in 135 cities and towns in Massachusetts. So it's not like they don't know what they're doing, and that, I mean, of course, we paid them to do that. And so the suggestion was made last time that what we ought to do is postpone this article and offer it for further, back to the planning board for further study. And as we all know, saying it's going back to the planning board for further study is essentially putting it in the graveyard. It hardly ever gets a further study. And so the idea that with somebody in the town hall would be reviewing what is being done by general code and sort of going through all of that all over again as either a staff member, which none of them have enough time to be able to do that, or a volunteer who clearly would shoot themselves, because you could definitely, you hire a company to do this, you would not do it yourself. And as I think, you know, I could explain by sort of looking at it over, after talking to Peter Mullen last week, I did sort of a look at it myself, and I thought, oh my gosh, my head will explode. That's why we hired general code to do the job. And so it turns out, when you look at the town meeting reports that we just got the other day, the bylaw committee says in its report for fiscal year 2022 that they'd reviewed this 3 times. And that they had reviewed the zoning code 3 times, and that they were working with general code. So to come up at the last minute, like right before town meeting, and say that there's a problem with the production that general code put together is kind of embarrassing, since all along they've been working with them, according to their report. And in the meantime, all of these objections sort of ignore the fact that people who need this code need to be able to use it. That's you folks, that's the Board of Appeals, that's the poor building commissioner, that's the planning department, and our residents who can't, if they want to look up to see, can I put on a dormer on my house, can't look up anything because it's not in a form that anybody can search. Now, I said last time, it is true that the town of Gosnold, which is Cuttyhunk on the Elizabeth Islands, has their zoning code in e-form that they can look up and decide whether or not they can put a dormer on their house. We can't. And so the idea that we would hold all this stuff up because of some sort of thought that there's fatal flaws that will somehow, you know, make everything in town illegal is just nuts. And we all know, if you've been a town meeting member for a long enough time, you know that we routinely pass zoning bylaw and then come back the next year and fix it. Because there was some mistake, there was some problem with a semicolon, and it has to be addressed the next time. So if there is a fatal issue in this new zoning code that gets found because we can now search for it, it would be fabulous, is that the fact that we could fix it the next time at town meeting. And just for an example, I will point out this is the table of contents of our existing zoning code. So if you go online, you find something that this is the table of contents. It was done in 2009. The new table of contents, 4 pages long, with sections, with headings, with a layout that you can actually use. And so this would be fabulous for the Board of Appeals, for the building commissioner, for the staff to be able to have something that's so useful. And lastly, I would point out that when I joined the zoning board in 2017, I was given a binder with our bylaws. It was this thick, most of it being the zoning code. And when I joined the planning board, I got a lovely binder from Julia that had the same sort of information. Anytime a zoning amendment has passed, nobody gets a copy. So all I've got is copies that were made up to some random time, and I don't even know when. I know I don't have our overlay district for the Milton Village. Nobody gave us a copy. So the idea that you're trying to work as a zoning board member on the planning board with a pile of paper that is not organized, it's not certified, and you're guessing as to whether or not you've got everything. It's just sad. You know, we can't operate that way. Most of the cities and towns around us don't operate that way. And as I said, as Jay Funley said, it's just kind of embarrassing. And so I would really hope that you would consider supporting the article at town meeting. I think it's Article 13 with the recodification of the zoning code. It would be just fabulous. And just as an aside, I mean, as I said, right now, it doesn't serve anybody except for lawyers who get paid a ton of money to go through this garbage and give you the opinion that you need to make a decision. And that's just not right. People shouldn't have to do that in town if they're just trying to do a modification on something. Shouldn't have to be hiring a lawyer to do that. So I said that's what I was here for, and I appreciate your paying attention to my rant. And if you have any questions about what the Board of Appeals might feel about it, you can ask me, but it's not an official statement from the Board of Appeals. It's just me as a member saying.
Can I just add a little graphic to what she just described? Because I've been on the board for 8 years, right? I'm entering my 9th, and I got my black notebook that had the 2009 certified copy. It had a certified copy of the bylaws through 2014 that went with that. And then I got, because I was on the board, when the planning department and the planning board said, how can we work with something that at that time in 2017 was so out of date that we couldn't work with it? We have the unofficial planning board edition. You can see all my tabs from use of this over the years, but this is unofficial. What's official is this 2009 and 46 amendments, 298 pages that you have to look through to see what's been changed in here. This is what Joe Prondak deals with every day. So this is why when I heard that Joe Prondak was leaving the town of Milton on May 12th, I called him to find out if that was true, because he's the only one that the Zoning Board of Appeal, and I think we'll ask Kathleen whether that's true, they call him to see if they understand something in the zoning correctly. I think a lot of people do that. So I sent him as a follow-up to the phone call yesterday. By the way, this is the printout of the general codes version. But the benefit of the general code version is the searchability online. I went and looked at some of the ones, and I've used the ones that they've developed for other communities. And you go right to the table of contents, you click on what you're looking for, it takes you right there, and within 30 seconds you find what you're looking for. This is no way to work. It's very wasteful of everyone's time. So Joe when I talked to him on the phone, I said, Joe, are you able to attend our meeting like you did in September? Are you able to attend town meeting to give us your views on this? And he wasn't available, so he said, if you email me some questions, I'll reply to the questions. So I think you just got those right at the start of the meeting. But you'll see that it's not, that this has been a source of frustration for him for 14 years. So we come back to the question that Tim posed last time. Is the risk of some small mistake in the codification greater than the risk of the mistake that you get in trying to interpret all of these pages that are not searchable because they're PDFs? And so the reason this is unofficial is because somebody went in and did word processing that Sue Galvin had no control over and can't certify. She's the one who has to be able to certify it, and she has submitted the article. It seems to me that the risk of a new building official coming in who doesn't have 14 years of history of working with this code is far greater risk than having a few minor, I think, challenges with what general code has done. So those are my bulk of paper, waste of tree, but I think this makes this, I think it demonstrates a little differently.
I understand. Yeah, I completely understand. Do we have any hands up from the public?
We've got Alex in the Zoom. I can bring him up.
I'd also like to ask Kathleen a
Alex, you can
question.
go ahead and
You would like to
unmute.
ask him?
That's okay. You can go with Alex. I'll follow Alex.
Yeah, if we could welcome
Alex, you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we can hear you. Welcome. Welcome.
All right. Alexander Whiteside, town meeting member, precinct 9. I sent you 4 pages of comments on this bylaw, this proposed bylaw, and it seems to me, I mean, there are a lot of legal issues involved, but one legal issue is just how are they going to accomplish making these changes? Because they're renumbering and they're reorganizing and they're adding material and they're changing text. And I would suggest to you what they're doing is repealing the existing general bylaws, including the zoning bylaw, and replacing it with the material on the website, on the planning board website and on the clerk's website. Clerk's website has the general bylaws and the planning board website has the zoning bylaw. And bear in mind, it's zoning bylaw because it is just one bylaw of the bylaws in the general bylaws. It's chapter 10. It's a single bylaw known as the zoning bylaw. So if they're repealing it, of course they should have said they're repealing it, a lot of issues arise. What will be the consequences, the legal consequences of repealing these bylaws? They're going to have consequences. What's going to happen to the existing permits that are referred to the old bylaw, which will have been repealed? Are they going to be enforceable? There's nothing to say what will happen. People say that this is going to be searchable. Just changing the numbers doesn't make it searchable. Presumably, the town is going to have to enter a contract with general code to do something. And we have no idea exactly what it is that we're going to ask general code to do. You can't just change the numbers and it suddenly magically becomes searchable. What is the deal that's being proposed with general code? We have no idea. Just quickly running through the 14 items that I raised that people poo-poo as being ministerial. Initially, if you read the article, you'll see that it refers to a document entitled Draft of the Town of Milton, Massachusetts. It's the title of the document. And that is the document that we're supposed to be dealing with. And of course, there is no such document. So there is a real question of whether or not the warrant articles are sufficient. They say they're going to renumber let's see, to renumber and recaption, they do a lot more than renumbering. They change the terminology. They add histories.
So, Alex, may I just chime in for 1 second, ask you if you can direct us to where they changed it? The terminology?
Where they changed what?
Where they changed the terminology, because I spent a few hours looking last night comparing general code to the 2009.
Where they refer to section, where we refer to section, they refer to article. But they haven't, they've only changed that in, when we refer to subsection, they refer to section. When we refer to paragraph, they refer to subsection, but they haven't changed the terminology in the draft. So
that's the terminology you're referring to. It's not like terminology in terms of zoning language, correct?
No, they haven't. They haven't changed the zoning language. They've changed the terminology used in the bylaws.
But I just want to be clear.
Well, I mean, the language is the language. What are you asking?
Right. When you say terminology, what you're referring to is the way it's the organization, the way it's now articles, sections, subsections, and so forth. But they haven't changed any terminology in the language of the zoning itself. You're not suggesting that they have, right?
I don't know exactly what you mean, but I'll say no. I don't think they've changed the meaning of housing. No, they haven't done that. But they have added histories, which are not complete. They have rearranged it. They've added very strange numbering. They've rearranged the, they've added titles. And the titles are often not accurate.
So I looked at those titles too, Alex, because they had to add titles when they did the numbering system.
No, they didn't have to do that.
Well, they have a title for a section, so they need a
They were told to do it verbatim, and they didn't do it verbatim.
Well, the other verbatim part is I did look at those history references. There's history references in the 2009 certified code, and there's history references in the 46 certified amendments. They're not, you're right, they're not everywhere, but that's because we don't have them everywhere. So they incorporated what we do have in the zoning.
So you're just saying that they are repeating what's already in the zoning?
That's what I found. No, I didn't do a word for word comparison.
Of course, they added all those amendments which weren't in the zoning. In fact, there is no up-to-date zoning bylaw, as you pointed out. And the reason is that in 2017, when the town clerk was given the authority to rework the bylaw, the planning board ceased updating the planning board version of the zoning, which everyone had been using for years. And to say that anyone was using the 2009 bylaw is just not accurate. Everyone was using the planning board version because it was accurate and it was up to date until the planning board ceased updating it. And they could, you know, I've on several occasions saying, bring it up to date, bring it up to date. But I have been crying in the wilderness about that. And now people wring their hands and say it's not up to date. But it could be brought up to date very easily within a month.
Not by me, that's for sure.
Well, no, you know, that's right. The planning board has a real hands-off attitude about the zoning bylaw, or has had a real hands-off attitude about it. And it makes it hard. It makes it hard. when I was on the planning board, I had a real hands-on attitude about it, and it does seem to me that the planning board needs to think about that. So the first three have to do with legal issues, which I've raised these issues, since early April, and I've heard nothing back. But maybe town council will rule on them. I mentioned that the charter is not part of the general bylaws and shouldn't be included as if it were. I suggest that the mistakes in the charter be corrected, and that the title of the charter, as it currently appears, be restored.
So those are the general bylaws rather than the zoning bylaws?
Yeah.
No, that's the charter.
Yeah, but we're focused just on the zoning bylaw, right? I mean, according to our public hearing.
This is something that's okay. Except for the fact that the zoning bylaw is part of the general bylaws, and when the general bylaws say the general bylaws are hereby repealed, that would include the zoning bylaw. So you have to think of both. You can't just say we're talking about the zoning bylaw because it's part of the general bylaws.
That seems like a town council question for me, rather than a question for, I'm not lawyers.
Asking the planning board to be lawyers when they're not lawyers, I don't expect them to have legal answers. I just say there are legal issues.
I get it, okay.
The legal issues have to be addressed. And the planning board, is going to have to rely on town council to answer these issues, but they shouldn't. They should understand that there are legal issues.
So Alex, when you say it could be cleaned up in a month, is that by you or by general code or what? Or by the...
A year and a half ago, I gave a draft of what was needed to bring the zoning bylaw up to date. I did a draft and I put in the amendments and I gave it to the planning department. I don't know where it is, but that was a year and a half ago. And all that was needed was a typist.
So
all that was needed was a typist.
Can I just, Jim, jump in on that? Because what came back to us was that town council said that we couldn't do that because we needed a version of the bylaw that town meeting members could track the changes. So you sort of need a starting point, and then amendments that have to be traceable. So our town clerk and our building commissioner came to the planning board in September and said that the approach that they wanted to take was just to take what we have, so take this 2009 and incorporate all the changes in these 46 articles and 298 pages, which say in some cases it's adding a new section, but in other cases it says strike these words, replace these words, etc., and make that the new document.
Is that on
Before you,
top of that?
yeah, before you go on, can I,
Sorry,
Alex, one second, Alex. Does that accomplish what town council said we needed? Something that's traceable? Is that traceable?
So what they've done, so that's what's being discussed, right? Is that the baseline, and is that the baseline that can be worked? So there's this, the baseline. So then the way I understand from reading General Code's memo, they say that the content is this. So they've taken what Alex said someone could do in a month, which I said I would never be able to do, because it is taking the language that they have a system that they've been doing for all these other communities, is taking these things and reconciling them.
I understand.
They have that system. Nobody in our town has that expertise and system in place to do that. And then we would come back and make amendments that, well, there's spelling errors, there's other mistakes, there's things that are out of date with state law, there's all sorts of things that would need to be a phase 2, because then we can go back and trace them against what they're putting here.
So,
But
so
this
can
is
I-
Alex's, the
Yeah, I know.
issue is what he's saying is that we are repealing.
No, I'm sorry.
That's not what this says in the article.
We are not repealing.
This is what
No, we are not repealing. It is a,
it does say.
it doesn't say
It
repealing.
doesn't say repeal in the article. I was
We
just
are-
rereading it.
Yeah, I've got it right here. We're not repealing anything.
Well, what I think also then, all right, not to harp on that, but that what Alex is saying is that what we are telling, that what the article does say is that we are doing a renumbering, we're doing,
Recapturing, so the
and
article
recaptioning.
the article
So it does
has-
more than that.
No,
It's-
so the article says, to see if the town will vote to renumber and recaption the zoning bylaws of the town by assigning chapter number 275, so it now gets a number, 275, of the zoning bylaws, numbering each section of the bylaw accordingly, inserting...
According to what, Kathleen?
I'm reading this, I'm just reading the article, Alex. So when you finish reading the article, it says, numbering each section of the bylaw accordingly, inserting article and section titles where necessary, and updating internal references to reflect the new numbering system. It's not repealing. It's just, we're moving from the tablets that came down from the Mount
Right,
Sinai.
we don't need to
Yeah.
discuss it.
Something that we can actually.
Those references are great, but now also that's, you read 13, Article 12.
I'm not concerned about Article 12.
No, but I just want to mention that Article 12 applies to the general bylaws. So basically the same thing, to both the zoning bylaws and the general bylaws. That's how these two articles are written. Alex's concern is with both, not with just one. And my question is, if town council said what Alex had provided a year and a half ago, we couldn't work with because we needed something traceable, what we're talking about asking town meeting to approve is not going to be traceable. It's still not going to meet the standard that town council had said we had to have. So this,
I guess-
in order,
yeah.
let me just finish. In order to accomplish what town council said we have to do, we're not getting that with these two articles. We are then going to have to go to another step to get to what town council says we have to have, which is traceable. Is that right?
I
That's the
think
way it
we have
sounds
to
to me.
ask town council, if they put this at the 4th, usually when the articles, like if we submit an article for consideration for the warrant, town council reviews the article. So I'm assuming town council weighed in. So Tim, I don't know if you know that?
Language of this, I mean, on the language of the article?
Yeah.
The town council will say at town meeting that this, I mean, as it relates to like the notice requirement.
Right.
And the description, that it's fine.
So
Tim, can I ask though, but a year and a half ago, if what he said, we needed a traceable...
So we're getting hung up on town council and what town council may or may not have said. The fundamental issue is that, and I'll refer to Cheryl's pile of things, is that, so Alex and the Bylaw Review Committee have been working on this for quite some time. A really big collection of edits over the course of several years on a manuscript that General Code produced. Julia can speak to this, having kind of word processed those in over the course of
Yes, Alex is still here.
of a couple years. The manuscript that General Code produced that Alex edited, there is no corresponding control document to compare those two. So what you're comparing that manuscript to with all those edits is 2009 plus all of the true copies of all of the amendments since then. And I think it's town council did opine on this, but it's more of a practical issue for town meeting than it is, it's a legal issue as well. But to ask town meeting to take the hundreds to thousands of edits that the Bylaw Review Committee produced on the General Code manuscript and cross-reference them to what? The sort of the pile of papers. And so what the procedure that was suggested by the town clerk and the building commissioner that we are dealing with now is to have General Code go back, redo the manuscript, and articulate what their process is in terms of how they produce a verbatim copy of the zoning bylaw from the source material, articulate exactly what changes are made in terms of the numbering, in terms of capitalization of the word town, in terms of making numerals versus words consistent. They've given you a very brief taxonomy of the types of changes that have been made. Everything else is verbatim. So that becomes the control document that's all in one place. It includes the 2009 bylaw plus all the amendments in one place, that we can now do the types of edits that Alex has done already in terms of going in, cleaning up grammar, cleaning up other inconsistencies. Cheryl mentioned, making there are certain provisions of the bylaw that are no longer consistent with state law, so that you have an apples to apples comparison of substantive changes to a control that includes all of the bylaws in one place, in one consistent format. And really, that's the fundamental thing that this article is attempting to accomplish.
So I just want.
I feel like
Sure,
we didn't
go
let
ahead.
Alex finish.
Go ahead.
So,
Yep.
Alex, I would like for you to finish. I feel like we started speaking and you weren't quite through yet. So, I apologize for that.
I'd barely begun, but I've sent you 4 pages, to say that what the bylaw review committee produced had 7,000 changes, which is what a computer program that Tim used said, is just preposterous. There may have been a couple of hundred changes. Most was addition of titles. It was rearranging. There was nothing substantive that went on, and there were not thousands of changes. That's just ridiculous. But in any event, when we went to town council said, well, compare this with what exists. List what the changes are. And the same is true here. There's nothing to compare this new document with that has the current numbering in it. So we don't know what the current bylaw says, because we have no up-to-date copy, and because General Code, when they went and changed all the numbers and juggled the way they're arranged, and added titles and did all kinds of stuff, and made some mistakes, which I think they concede. There's nothing to compare it with, because the current bylaw, as Cheryl has aptly pointed out, is if you won't use the planning board version, which goes through 2017, and you try and use the 2009 version, good luck. We did the 2017 version because at that time Sue wouldn't accept the 2009 version. And the planning board just wanted there to be something that people could refer to, and the same exists now. We need something that people can refer to. And there's no reason that we have to rush in and adopt this thing with all the mistakes and all the areas of attention that it needs, just so it can be electronically searchable, because we don't know how that would be affected, because we haven't been told what the deal with General Code will be, and whether or not the town meeting has to approve that deal if we give them the responsibility for our bylaws. So I'll leave it there.
So I just would like to say I did spend a few hours, believe it or not, with these versions and looking at them and seeing, just spot checking things. It says that was section so-and-so in this bylaw, and I went to look at it in this one. So
This one, you mean the new control document?
yeah, the new control document. But it's the only way to actually, it would, the 2017 version that Alex refers to, somebody had to go in and do the same thing general code's doing,
Yeah.
which is to take these amendments and modify this to reflect these. And they're doing it in a system that was explained to us last time with people who do this. This is their job. This is a company. That's all they do. And so we're comparing that to, no offense to Julia, but somebody like Julia doing it who doesn't have that expertise. And so we either say that we're going to want to have staff time or a board member time, not me, I'm not volunteering for it, to take this and put it in and make a document like this, or trust that general code, who we've hired to do this, will produce a document. And then we go back and amend it for the things that we know that need to be fixed. We're going to find some mistakes in it, most likely. But that's not unusual. I was looking when I was doing this last night, because they actually tell you in there how many, which section was amended, what date. So for example, the Central Ave PUD section, which was section 3, subsection J, and now Article 275, section 3.10, it was added to the zoning code in 2006. It was amended twice in 2007, amended again in 2009. So you can go to another one, even a more recent one, the Great Estate PUD, which was added in 2017. It was amended in 2019 and 2021. So we amended a lot. We find mistakes, we find things we want to fix, and we amend it. So we have to have a starting point. We can't just keep kicking the starting point down the road, because we just make it that much more difficult. So I guess because I feel as if I had to look through, I did look through every comment that you provided, Alex. I think you know that I usually do that eventually. And I have yellow highlights and I have pencil marks, and I went and checked those things. So I feel as if the legal issues, I don't have expertise to respond to. The notice issues, the things about those things, I can't respond to. But about a document that can be a good working document, I do feel like this is ready to go. And I'm really concerned that we lose Joe Prondak, and he sent us a follow-up, but I can tell you that he's told me he has new staff in his office. There's no one familiar with the zoning code. The most experienced person after he leaves with the zoning code will be Tim. Tim's not the building official. He's not the zoning enforcement official. The town needs to keep working. It needs to keep functioning. So I don't see who's going to do this work in the next 6 months to have something that's ready in 6 months, if not general code.
So just a few thoughts and a few questions. I want to go back. Did you have a question, Kathleen?
I just wanted to say two things following up, is that when the things come to the zoning board, that somebody's applied for a building permit, has been turned down for some reason, Joe Prodnak, the building commissioner, is the one who does that denial letter. And he makes reference to the provisions in the zoning code. We don't. And we rely on the building commissioner to tell us what we're supposed to be looking at and what we're supposed to be deciding. And so when he leaves the building next month, we're going to be really having a loss, because even he can't say, oh, well, here's what the zoning code looks like. He has to go downstairs, talk to Susan, maybe they've got some parts of it or whatever. Susan won't certify our zoning bylaw. As an attorney who has to provide zoning opinions for other clients in other towns, I have to do a zoning opinion based upon a certified zoning code. We don't have that. So those two things are really a problem. And as I said, we won't know when Joe leaves. I'm not so sure how how the Board of Appeals is going to be able to handle things, because we rely on the building commissioner to say which sections, and then the client knows which ones they need to look at for whether they need a variance or they need to talk to the architect or whatever. But all that is gone, and we won't have anything.
So how long have we had no certified?
Quite some time.
2009.
Well, it's
last week. How do we do business?
Well, it's random, because what happens, like you can't get a zoning opinion for one thing, and two, when the 40Bs happen, the attorneys who came in looking for variances found out, oh, wait a minute, there was some other 16 other ones we should have asked for because we didn't know about them. because your zoning code, whatever is available on the website isn't sufficient. So during the course of the hearings, they kept having to amend the applications to add in additional variances as things happened and as things turned out. And that's just embarrassing. And it makes it a lot more complicated for both the applicants and for the Board of Appeals and for the attorneys representing the board.
Yeah, I think in some ways, Jim, I think what we've been relying on is Mr. Prondak's institutional knowledge, right? Because he's been around long enough that he probably remembers every change that's been made from 2009 when it was last certified to today. So he has 11 days left. He'll be gone on the 12th of May. But my question, I guess I'll come back to one question I was going to ask you, Kathleen, earlier. If town meeting passes these articles, well, 13 and 12, what would you do after that?
Well, what we would have after that is we'd have the code on the website, and so that would be now the official zoning code. So those PDF files that are on there now would be replaced by the new version.
I get that. No, what I'm asking is, that's not a finished product at that point, right? You were concerned if we don't do anything, it goes into the graveyard and nothing gets done. But even if we do something, right, it's not going to be what town council had said that we needed. We needed a traceable.
No.
So tell me, what in your mind happens after?
It will be what it will be the zoning code that will now be on our website.
I understand, but I don't.
Certify it.
And the clerk will certify.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily what we want, right?
Well-
I mean, we've all said, I think what I've heard from those that work needs to be done, amendments need to be made. Probably every issue that Alex has addressed here probably at least needs to be considered, right? So we have work to do, even if town meeting approves.
But right now, we've got a mound of paper.
Yeah.
We would have, instead of the mound of paper, we would have this new zoning code, and that's on the website. That's going to be our
I understand.
baseline. So that will be the official code. That will be certified by the town clerk. And then, in the next years, you can start to look at that zoning code and say, oh, wait a minute. Like when I was on the planning board, we took out the requirement to have surveys submitted on linen, which was still in our zoning.
So I guess I have a question, and this is.
So that becomes the certified zoning
I get it.
bylaw.
I get it. Just in the interest of saving time, I understand that.
Yeah.
But here's where I have a problem, and I'm trusting. And I think I was a town meeting member in 16, so hopefully I should remember this too. But in 16, town meeting authorized a recodification.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably 7 years ago, and it seems like there's a rush now, maybe within the last 6 months. How long has General Code been really working at this?
2018, 2019.
Yeah, and the reason,
Really?
there was,
Our first draft we got in January.
no,
This has been in the
The second.
bylaw review committee.
no, it's been at the bylaw review committee, and it was there for these
Yeah.
3 or 4 years, and then it got to town council, and it got a reset. And that reset is when town council said, we can't work with this the way it is. We have to kind of reset how we're doing it. And that's when Joe and Sue came to the planning board and said, here's what we'd like to do. We want general code to start over again, all over. And they were provided with these 2 documents, so the 2009 and then all these amendments. These are what they were provided with, and they put those in. There's been no changes other than that. So then the next, I think, to answer your question, Sean, really on the next step is, I would ask Joe Prondak for an exit memo.
Can I ask you to hold with that first? Go back to so when Joe provided his point of view and Susan provided hers and General Code started over, what happened to the Bylaw Review Committee? Were they not working hand in hand and side by side with General Code?
I'm reading I have the report that's in the town report that just was issued.
Thank you.
And they say that they were established by the 2015 annual town meeting, blah, 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 downtown. At the 2019 annual town meeting, under Article 39, they voted to expand the scope of the committee's mandate to include the town's zoning, personnel administration, and wetlands and stormwater bylaws. So 2019 was when the bylaw committee was officially tasked with looking at the zoning code.
But that was
2019, not
only
2017.
for recodification to get it,
Right.
not to amend it, because the amendments,
So
We're
they say
intended
that
to be a
during-
different process.
Yeah, during fiscal year 2022, the committee focused on the town's zoning bylaw, conducting 3 reviews of a version of the zoning bylaw prepared by General Code, a third-party vendor. The committee reorganized portions of the zoning bylaw and added headings, but made no material changes to the substance of the zoning bylaw. Members of the committee met with the town clerk, the town planner, town council, and the planning board to discuss the proposed revisions and the process for presenting the proposed revised zoning bylaw to town meeting. They completed their review during fiscal 2023.
So I'm just going to,
Yes, Alex, please.
I'd just like to, initially, when General Code was hired, General Code was given the planning board version of the zoning. And the bylaw review committee worked that over, updated it, and came up with a proposed recodified bylaw.
and that,
Up to date. But this was about, when the bylaw review committee's recodified bylaw was brought to the planning board. Sue said, no, it's no good because you used the planning board version. General Code used the planning board version, so everything that you've done for the last 3 years has to be discarded, and we have to start again. And that occurred at the beginning of 2022, after a completed or next to completed zoning bylaw was prepared and approval was sought. We went back to the drawing board in 2022 because Sue said we've got to start in 2009 and that starting with the planning board version was a terrible mistake. That's what happened.
the terrible mistake because it was uncertified. So it was
But it was accurate. It was accurate, and no one has ever questioned the planning board version.
Except that Sue Galvin wouldn't certify it, so she's the
So
one
we
who has
stepped,
to.
yes,
yeah.
so we had to go back to that point. So now we can only move forward on this.
That's right.
So my question, Alex, for
Can
you.
I just come back to one thing that Sean asked about
Yeah,
next
finish that
steps?
and
I'm
then I'll have
sorry,
a
'cause I
question.
had some
That's all right.
thoughts on it. I have a couple suggestions. One is an exit memo from Joe Prundeck. He's the one who has the most experience with the zoning code. He knows where there's some flaws in it, where it's hard for him to make interpretations that he feels are defensible, like in court, if an applicant or someone challenged his decision. So that exit memo, I think, would be really important. The bylaw review committee and Alex and his experience with the bylaw, have them take a look at things that they know are out of date. We're not talking about significant things like a new business district or a new multifamily district. We're talking about things to clean it up, to get it compliant with state law, to get rid of inconsistencies. One of the things that I found is really hard as an architect. I used zoning bylaws. The dimensional requirements are not in a table, and you have to look in multiple locations. It's easy to make a mistake. So get those kinds of basic user-friendly things done and any mistakes fixed. That's sort of the next step in my view. So you're getting the information from various parties. Get it from the ZBA. Like, what do they see? How many variances are coming in? Like one of the things I asked Joe Prundeck one time is, and one of the things that we fixed here was the definition of story, because historic homes were getting triggered, like that all of a sudden the basement is considered the first story and they're out of compliance because now they're a 3-story or 3.5-story instead of 2.5-story. Things like that are triggering variances that are sort of, we can fix it. We fix that with some pretty easy language. Find that kind of stuff. And find those things from the people who have a lot of experience with the code.
Tim, where is General Code with this task right now?
You have their product.
So they would consider that done?
They would consider that to be done to the scope that we asked them to do. So we have, and this is posted on the planning board website. There's 2 memos from them about kind of what their methodology is and what they did and did not do. So and Alex alluded to this earlier. The only changes, when we talk about a verbatim transcription of the zoning bylaw, capitalizing the word town when it refers to the town of Milton.
Yeah.
You know, changing the spelled out number 10 to numeral 10.
Yeah.
The addition of those headings where those headings didn't exist. And there may be one or two other examples. So that is the product that they produce. That is what everyone here has. We can get them on the hook to do further edits to some of the issues that Alex brought up in terms of it says subsection, it should be paragraph, or it says chapter, it should be section. These are things that, and we've had this conversation with General Code, intentionally did not make those, because whether they're substantive or not substantive, their language changes. And they very explicitly did not change the language in the bylaw. So they have produced, in our opinion, exactly what we asked them to produce. And then it would be up to the town, whether it's the planning board or the clerk's office or whoever wants to sort of bring general code back into contract, or we have Murphy Hesse do it, or we have volunteer, whoever does it. Whatever other additional kind of phase 2 changes we want to make are there to be made. And I think, Sean, to kind of, I think address something you were getting at earlier in terms of this is not the sort of the finished product that we ultimately want. I don't think anyone, whether it's myself or Sue or Joe or anyone, would disagree with that. I think the issue before the planning board and the issue that's going to be before town meeting next week is we have what is effectively a 85% or 90% or 80% product. And there's additional work that needs to be done to get it to 100%. And so what is the trade-off between adopting the 85% product and then continuing to do the work for the next however many months it's going to take? And we have a lot of other zoning issues and a lot of other issues before town meeting between now and whenever this gets done. We could have that 80% product to use and work with every day, or we could have the 0% product that we have right now. The work still needs to get done, but in the interim period, we would still not have, we would be exactly where we are today, encountering the same exact problems that Joe articulates in his email, that myself and Sue Galvin and others have testified to in previous hearings. We would still have those issues, and we would still be working on this project, which has been going on since 2016. And so, that's, no one is denying, the majority of Alex's comments I don't disagree with. It's just my position and others' position is that let's take that big step forward and then continue to take those smaller steps.
So three concerns. One, I think we definitely should have town council's opinion as to Alex and Alex is an attorney, and I do consider him an expert in all of this type of writing. Do we create any legal exposure for the town by the change that we would then certify?
We'll have to get town council's opinion.
I wasn't asking Kathleen to answer
No, but
that.
I wanted to say something going back to Mr. Whiteside's question about the fact that if you have changed things.
Can I finish my three things?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. So, Tim, I do think we should ask that question, and town council should tell us, is there any legal exposure for the town? And if there is legal exposure, help us understand to what extent we have it. My second.
Can I amend that a little bit?
Of course.
Does he see exposure in working with what we have now, especially with a new commissioner coming in?
And to follow up on that, personally, I would want reassurance that no special permit is affected by that. I want something in writing from the town that anybody who has a special permit will not be at risk for losing that special permit because of the way the numbering is. So that I just want town council to put it in writing that all the special permits. So I'm not in favor of this right now until town council has assured me as a special permit owner that my livelihood will not be affected. So that was my question. And the other thing is I took our bylaws, the general code, And I did a search. I took one section, the earth materials removal, deposit, and fill, which I've been talking about for years. And yes, I did see, that they, on the general code where they put the amendment, that it was amended in 2021. But my concern is there is a new number 7 in general code that talks about treescape. And I couldn't find that in our existing current copy. So maybe it's in one of the amendments.
This is precisely the thing that we're trying to correct for.
Yeah, so I'm
It's going back and forth, it's hard like
yeah,
this.
so
It's
I'm
hard.
trying to, like, where would I find? General code said it was amended in 2021, but they didn't say when they put it in here where I could reference it. So that's what kind of I'm looking for. I would like to have our current copy with their current copy and say where I could find that, where the amendment was.
So.
That's the derivation table, I think?
Yeah, I think this is, I mean, the project is to produce that. And so there is in the materials, let me just bring this up real quick. There's this thing, this derivation table.
Do you see the table?
Right, and what that shows is all of the existing sections, subsections, titles of whatever. So, section 1, definitions in the existing 1938 bylaw is Article 1, right? Section 3C, business district uses in the general code version is section 275-3.3. So that's where you would go to do that sort of back and forth kind of look. But again, the fact that there have been amendments since 2009 that, you can't, immediately go back and forth to is I think exactly the purpose of the project and the problem that we're trying to correct for.
Could they, I understand they put it in that table, but to be honest, it would have been helpful if they put it right next to, like, where they, right here.
So I think what they're producing
That changes this.
What they've produced is a zoning bylaw and not necessarily sort of like the workbook to help us interpret the changes to from the existing to what they've produced. And so again, that is something that maybe they could do. It would cost us. We don't have them under contract for that type of work. We do have the derivation table, which I think is handy for this purpose. But what you're looking at, the document that they produced is what is proposed to be the zoning bylaw, and so loading it up with those kind of cross references is useful today. It won't be useful in a week if and when this gets adopted. So then you would have to sort of just chop that work.
So for example, here, I mentioned the Great Estates, for example, PUD. So it says where what subsection it was in the 2009 version, what it's in now, and then here's the amendments that were done, that were incorporated into it. Then you have to go back to this.
I understand.
And look at it. That's the only way to do it right now.
Yeah.
It's not a red line version.
Right, so I just thought general code, maybe it's just the way that they produced isn't as reader-friendly as I would have hoped it would have been, because I do think perhaps we have so many attorneys in town, and perhaps, and how many ZBA members do we have? 9, 12?
Attorneys? All attorneys?
Yeah, all of them, 12 of them are on the board, or 9
I
kind
don't
of.
know how many, but
So
yeah.
perhaps each one should get a general code and our current.
They would not be doing that.
No, and compare, or maybe there are other attorneys in town who would want to do a comparison, or I don't mind doing a comparison like I did, but that's gonna take a long time. But what was hard for me was Okay, I saw it in general code, this, treescape, and it's great, I'm glad the trees are being protected, but I was trying to figure out where it was.
So you have to do that.
I just
I'll
want to go
just
back to
finish.
Sean,
I
because
had
Sean
three
is too-
things.
Yeah, sorry, Sean.
So the first one was legal exposure, and I do think, and you've contributed to it too, as has Cheryl, would like to understand what legal exposure the town has. That's my number one. Number two is, I would like to understand that no one gets harmed by this. And whether you're a person that has pulled a permit within the last year, or maybe somebody who has a special permit, or anybody that's worked with that volume of documents isn't going to be harmed in any way by us certifying this. And my third is, we establish a timeline that gets it to right, that gets it to complete. And
Process or just a timeline?
Well, in a process. And Alex obviously has a sincere interest in having this be right. And I'd like to understand if Alex would volunteer his time and get us to a point where when we get to the town fall meeting, that we have that right document, that completed document, the edited one, the addendums, whatever we have. And if those three things, if we don't have legal exposure, or at least town council defines what legal exposure we have, and we can accept that, and no one's going to be harmed by this, and we can commit to a timeline that in the fall we have the completed document and we're done, then I can support it.
May I make a suggestion on your
Sure.
third point? I think it's better that more than one attorney look at it.
I'm not saying how many.
It shouldn't be just one, because there's different ones who've used it. Like, we have two attorneys who come to us all the time, right? They go to the ZBA all the time. I would ask at least one of them to participate. I'd like at least one ZBA member to participate. And like I said, the exit memo from Joe. And then you're getting the opinions of a lot of different people who work with the code.
Cheryl, I have no limits on who participates,
Okay.
but I only have one person that sent me a 4-page email.
You have one who's sitting here too, though.
Okay, but I mean, Alex obviously is reading, and spending a lot of time on it. So those three conditions are really important to me. And if those three conditions could be satisfied, then I would be willing to support it. But I don't want to kick the can down the road and have some other group sit here 3 or 4 years from now and say, well, that group back in 2023, they certified it and nothing was done since then.
Well, I mean, that's a whole nother topic, what that Kathleen said about things that get sent to us for more study. And that's the position we would be in if the motions to send this to us would be, now it's in our court to do. And we have other things that were sent to us a year ago that we haven't picked up. I worry that we look like the graveyard keepers of things that get sent to us, because I've been on the board long enough to see it. I've asked this past year a couple of times to resurrect the list. I actually recreated the list with Josh of everything in my institutional knowledge and memory of the things that got kicked back to us. And some have been years and years that they haven't been picked up by this board. And I think that's a disservice to the town when town meeting sends us something for further study and we don't do it. And I don't think we have the capacity to do some of the things on our plate already.
That's
and
right,
backlog and do this.
So
we don't.
That's the very reason I said what I said. I'm worried that we're gonna certify this and it's not gonna get fixed after that. And yeah, we will have the document that Tim refers to as 85%, accurate to what we want it to be, and then it sits there.
I think it's more than 85%, frankly.
And I would want clarification that the new document that is accepted by town meeting, if this article were to pass, does not replace what we had
It doesn't.
prior.
Can I just speak to
And
that attorney who signs those permits?
I just would want to make sure, because for exactly Maggie's reason, that existing permits, that this is not,
Does not affect a permit.
it does not affect that we have both, we have a digital version and then we have a non-digital version, essentially, when it's codified.
Maggie's point was that if the section numbers had changed or something, was that somehow going to affect a special permit that she has on record? And the answer to that is no.
And the other question I have for Alex is, because I think what he's saying, we're putting headings in which could be sort of arbitrarily, like, they didn't write the zoning, general code is
excellent. I looked at each one of those headings actually last night, I can tell you. And the language for each heading is right in the paragraph underneath it. Actually, I highlighted it, and I didn't save it. My computer restarted itself, and I don't have all the highlights anymore, unfortunately.
So that was-
I can bring it up, but I looked at every one of them last night, and I don't see that there's anything that's inconsistent
Vague?
with
Do you
the
see them
language.
as being vague or not specific?
Maybe
Like-
one or two could be changed, but I don't think it's not like it's totally in left field kind of a language relative to what's underneath it. And we can pick a couple of examples, you can look at it, but I did look at that.
Because I think there were some things that were picked up between draft 1 and draft 2. And I just would be curious to ask Alex, if we did ask town meeting to defer this to our fall town meeting, what could we change without making, all of the things that we know we have to change, but things that general code has changed that might become an issue for somebody in the building department using this in the interim?
We're gonna know.
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna know until you start to use it.
Yeah, but I think Alex has said there are some things that we could do within the next, before town meeting to make it a better document.
I think everything I suggest in my memo can be done. I certainly think that you should go to that bylaw that was rejected, the recodified bylaw that the bylaw review committee suggested, because it has just a ton of headings.
Excuse me, Alex, you're not talking about before town meeting, right? You're talking about
For a fall town meeting.
a fall town, I'm sorry.
What is the, I guess,
What can be
advantage?
done? I mean, over the next few months, there's a lot that can be done to make a much better document. And I absolutely agree that if you pass this thing, the pressure is going to be off and no one is going to want to do anything. And that would be too bad. And as I say, this process was only started a little more than a year ago. When it got sent back for general code to start over again. It hasn't, saying this started in 2016 is just not right. There's been no undue delay. A few more months is going to end up with a much better project. And if you read the stuff that I suggest, that I say are problems, these problems can be fixed. But whether or not they would be fixed if you pass it is a question. And I think that there also is some explanatory language that has to be put in about the effect of the bylaw and how it doesn't change rights. And
so,
once again, I think the general code's proposed involvement, ongoing involvement, needs to be described because we have no idea what it is currently.
So, yeah, I was going to make a suggestion that we see if there's any other comments, and because I think now we're getting a little repetitive and I just think if we get any further comments, and then talk about what our next step's going to be, so we can cover the next agenda items.
We've got Jay Fundling with his hand up
Yes.
again. So, Jay.
Jay, welcome back.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hey, Jay, can you hear us?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
You there?
Can you hear me?
We got you.
Okay, great. Okay, sorry about the technical difficulties. I'm on my phone and my laptop at the same time. Okay, so I would just like to, take a look at this. I'm again, sorry, my name's Jay Fundling, 39 Sias Lane. I'm taking a look at this from the point of view of a town meeting member, which is what I am. I'm sorry, can you confirm you can hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Thank you. Sorry. So I'd just like to take a step back. So as far as I understand, the town asked General Code to pull together our bylaws and get a current document that is searchable. Now, If that was all that was done, that by itself would not require town meeting approval because it would change nothing. General Code then came back to us and said that with their process, if they want us to work with them, they need the numbering system changed. So changing the numbering apparently is what needs town meeting's approval. So town meeting, again, as I said an hour ago, much to my relief, town meeting is not being asked to approve the bylaw language. Town meeting is not approving any document. Town meeting is being asked to okay the renumbering and the recaptioning and to capitalize the word town and to write out numerals. That's all. Believe me, when this came before the warrant committee, if we had been asked to approve all the wording and all the document, I would have raised a big stink because that would have been beyond our capabilities and beyond town meeting capabilities. I was relieved, and I said to the town clerk that I was relieved when I saw that all we were being asked to do was to say it's okay to renumber it. I felt that was well within our capabilities. Town meeting, this warrant article imposes no law changes at all, and there is no law repeal at all. It does say that it will update the internal references to reflect new numbering. I believe that was a discussion earlier tonight. Town meeting hasn't voted on this yet. The new references is going to be part of this new work that they're doing. And as far as someone said earlier that this is difficult to compare the old and the new, I've got to say I strongly disagree. Like other people in this meeting, I decided to spend several hours of my free time looking through these changes and the old and the new. And it was with the documents that General Code provided, it was easy. It was much easier than I ever could have imagined. Comparing the old and the new, I thought was going to be like pulling teeth, and they made it very easy to do. So I appreciate their work. And we've all heard the history of this project at your September 22nd meeting. The Bylaw Review Committee has had multiple years to work on this update, but instead the town clerk and town staff working with General Code got this done in 6 months. I'd like to thank the town clerk, and now please, I would urge this body to support making this available to the public. Thank you very much. I'll go on mute.
Thank you. So it's still, I think, there are questions just that we would need legal advice on. One is the name of the document is, there is no document draft of the town of Milton, Mass. There is none. And it's dated January. There's two things on two different websites. One is dated January, one is dated February. So I think if we can amend, that's something that we would have to ask legal counsel if that is within the scope to redefine what is the draft of the town of Milton, because there is no such document. And so which document are we referring
to? Are you thinking, we have to make a recommendation. That's a requirement of any zoning article, right?
Yeah.
We have to decide about whether we're going to close a public hearing. I'm just wondering if you're kind of like making some notes about like we would support something conditionally, or are you looking for more information before we decide to close a public hearing and take votes? I'm just because we've talked about some of the things. I think we all agree that there's some legal questions that we'd like clarification from town council, but process-wise, I mean, we could take a vote before town meeting in our 7 o'clock, but we wouldn't have a lot of time between 7 and 7:30 and the start of town meeting to wait for town council's opinion to be provided to us.
I think I would feel more comfortable getting some.
Well, I would say this, if town council doesn't provide something before town meeting, then as a town meeting member, I'm opposed to it. I'm not taking a chance until town council tells us, either as a planning board member or a town meeting member, that, what our risk is as a town.
All right, so then may I make a suggestion that we just, I'm still thinking, close the public hearing. Tim, I think, is pretty clear on what the questions are for town council, or if not.
I wouldn't go as far as to say that. I mean, what do we mean by legal exposure does the town have if changes are made? Like, I'm not trying to be flip. I just can imagine town council kind of throwing his hands up at that question like.
He may, but, if I heard correctly, you said that town council wanted a traceable document. Okay. Did someone else say that?
So I think what you could say is the notice adequate?
Adequate,
Are the
yes.
references to the documents adequate? I mean, I think the things that Alex, you can, summarize some of those in fairly straightforward kind of sentences like that. And then the other is, which Kathleen believes it doesn't change anything, but if we should get it from town council, is that it doesn't affect any special permit, that the fact that there's a new numbering system. It doesn't throw anything out of compliance.
Any permit that's
I think that falls into the category of what I said, no one would be harmed.
Right.
Because if somebody is harmed, they're going to challenge the town.
But I think town council, to say no one's going to be harmed is kind of a hard thing to probably say yes or no. But to say whether something's going to be thrown out of compliance is a different thing, because they could, I don't, what's the harm?
Is it open to an appeal by someone else?
No one's better at playing games with words than attorneys. I'm not trying to do that. So I just want to know that if we approve it, that we're not going to create problems for people that have been permitted under what already exists.
So saying under permitted, that makes it clear, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so I guess then what we could say, that we should just close a public hearing, and then we'll ask for those opinions if we can get them for Monday. And if we don't have them for Monday, I guess we have to decide what we want to do then. But
and how do we feel?
Would you like to change our meeting time to a little bit earlier? Would you feel like if we should have a little bit more time? Too late? Okay.
It's been issued. How do we feel about getting the right document? What I understand what you'd said earlier. There's a lot of things that we have to work on. I get that, but can we get the document that Alex would like it to be, and that probably everybody would like it to be?
I don't think
ready
you're
for
ever
town?
going to have a complete document, Sean. I think it's always, just think about how much the 46 amendments that we have here.
That's different, though. We're talking about a lot of edits that need to be done if we approve what General Code has right now. Are we just going to leave it alone?
If we can't work on the edits that Alex wanted to do the last 3 years until we get this document approved, because we need the baseline document.
I'm not saying that.
So that
I'm
we're
saying,
just
no, you
kicking those
misunderstand what I'm
amendments
saying.
down the road
I'm not
further.
explaining myself well. We approved this thing in town meeting. Now we have the document that's 85% correct. What's the timeline to get it from 85 to 95 or 100?
We'll have to discuss that in a future meeting, and I think we'll have to really fund an attorney, or we have to discuss the process on that too. What I'm wondering is if General Code, if they do have the document that we're currently looking at, the renumbering, the baseline, and we have a corrected version, which Alex has a red line version of what they've, with all of the corrections, which are apparently so numerous that we can't use that document. Can they compare those and be able to identify what items have been changed and sort of list those, since they're substantial?
But that's combining what we said in September should be a phase 1 and a phase 2 into one phase.
Could it be simplified? Could that be a?
But I think
that's a future discussion.
Yeah, I think I think the best thing is to get the baseline, which would be a certified version of the 2017 Planning Board unofficial copy, but a 2022 version of it. And it really, for people who use it, I just think, like I had the phone conversation, so you can read what Joe wrote, and you can get a sense maybe from his words on paper. But if you talk to him about his frustrations, he's going to another community that has everything in a much easier way to work. And
Certainly,
it's going to
recognize that.
And so we're losing talent. Are we going to be able to attract talent to replace them? Are we going to impede our ability to grant permits? Are we going to impede our ability for our zoning board of appeal to do any work?
No one wants to do that. We want to move forward, but
Meredith, to I think try to begin to answer your question, there's two kind of potential courses of action that we could take if town meeting kind of approves this. One would be, and whether it's General Code or another attorney or whoever that we sort of put under contract. So I'll use the example of sort of the discrepancy between paragraph and subsection. which exists. General code's kind of house style that they have kind of put into this really only has, chapter, section, subsection. Those are everything below subsection is just a subsection. Our current zoning bylaw has several more gradations, right? So that is something that will need to be cleaned up. So the two potential courses of action are you could ask general code or another contractor, attorney, whoever, to do that work. Say, go through this and make this consistent. Everything that says paragraph should be subsection or whatever. The benefit of the product that general code has produced is we can also make those. We don't need them, right? So we could ourselves, whether it's staff or volunteers or residents who just say, hey, I noticed this, you should fix this. It's our bylaw. We have the capability to make those amendments. Now they'd have to go to town meeting, you'd have to make a vote, but we don't need anyone to go in there and fix it. We can fix it ourselves. It just becomes a matter of capacity, staff time,
Right, that's
or
a lot
volunteer
to-
time or
yeah.
whatever. But any of those changes, it's just like any other kind of zone. I mean, we would still be doing the same thing that we've always been doing, which is amending our zoning bylaws. We do it every year, except our practice has been, it sort of just goes into, I'm not going to say it goes into a hole, it goes into a file in the clerk's office, and that's where it kind of stays. If this gets passed, the day we get the letter from the Attorney General, that gets revised in the official copy, and it's reflected on the website. So we're really just now talking about bread and butter zoning changes that we've always done, except now they're reflected immediately, and they don't get lost.
Okay. All right. So I think what we should do is we should defer to the town's attorney on this, and maybe attach Alex's concerns, legal concerns.
He sent them to town council
Yeah.
already.
Did town council get those? Okay.
Yes, got them.
All right. So then we can maybe hear back. It would be nice to hear back prior to our meeting, so we have time to process his comments.
So I am on a town meeting prep call with the moderator, town council
Okay.
folks tomorrow morning. If I can't grab them, then we'll grab them at some point before the meeting and get some clarity on those. Planning board needs to make a recommendation to town meeting, so that can be oral. It doesn't necessarily have to happen in the context of the public hearing. You can close the public hearing. You've done your duty in that regard.
Okay.
So we could close the public hearing.
Yep. So Alex, is there anything else that you would like to add before we close the public hearing, if you are still with us?
Well, I think that, the questions I think are phrased in the, adequately phrased in the 4-page production. And I'd be interested to see what town council has to say. And thanks for referring it.
Thank you very much for your time on this. We greatly appreciate this and respect the work that you've done for the town. So thank you. Okay.
Thanks, Alex.
Does Kathleen want to add anything before we close
Yeah,
it?
Kathleen, is there anything else?
I just wanted to say that I strongly hope that you consider supporting it, because I think it really would help the zoning board, seriously help the zoning board, to have this baseline that we can work with. Because right now it's just it's a sad situation trying to figure out what we've got.
Yeah.
And I really worry about the loss of Joe Prodnak and his advice for us, because he's just been a wonderful resource.
Right.
And so, and I really appreciate the difficulties for the town clerk. She came in and was facing this mound of paper, and and so I really hope that you would consider the staff and the residents, and I think this would be very helpful.
That's great.
And I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for your time too. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Catherine.
Okay, so
with
can I
that,
make a motion to close the public hearing on the zoning recodification?
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great. Any discussion following that? Or are we good to? All right, then roll call. Cheryl?
Yes?
Do a roll call.
We don't?
Because we're all here.
We're all here?
Yep. All right. Motion to accept.
Yes.
Accept the motion. Yes. All right.
It's just nice.
Yeah,
It is
nice.
nice.
Now Jay's off, everyone's off.
Yep. All right. So now we can move. We now will open the 1200 Brush Hill Road Scenic Road application that we are continuing that public hearing. And with that, if I could have a motion that we would like to continue that to the first meeting in June, which is
June 8th.
June 8th. We will move that to
So
June
moved.
8th. If
So
so
moved.
move second.
Second.
All in favor to move the public hearing for the 1200 Brush Hill Road Scenic Road application to June?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
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 All in favor? Yep.
Sorry.
Jim? Aye. Okay.
I think, Sean, you seconded it?
I did.
Sean seconded. All in favor? Yes. Okay. So that's moved to June. And now, for new business, we,
Can I make a suggestion
Yeah.
that we move to the MBTA communities?
Sure.
Because in case
That's-
anybody's watching for
I
that,
think that's great.
they don't need to really be here for the.
that's
the other
great.
part.
I think
Okay.
that's a great idea.
Okay.
So we're going to move item 7 and move that to, and take up our old business, MBTA communities, update on consultant work, discussion of scope of work for fiscal impact analysis. And Tim, I will give this over to you to make a presentation on this.
So I've got, and we've shared this before, you've got a slide deck of some of the, I'll do it, it's fine, unless you really want to real bad. Okay, I'll share. Of some of the materials that UTIL has produced so far. And so where we stand on this right now is, we asked them to kind of do a really kind of broad test of the entire transit area and a couple kind of, what I would say, obvious districts outside of the transit area, just to kind of get a baseline understanding of, where do we stand, how do we, how do we stack up with what are kind of, I use the term obvious, because we've got to zone the transit area to some extent, and then there are some non-residential areas that can we get away with just that, basically, and if not, what adjustments need to be made. So I am screen sharing, which is good. So just a really quick outline. You can see this is a map of the whole town. The relevant areas on this are these sort of shaded purple circles. These are the transit stations, Milton Station, Central Ave, Valley Road, Capen Street, and then Mattapan Square captures portions of it. An interesting side note, I don't know if it's going to wind up being relevant, a portion of town gets captured by Fairmount. This is down the street from Julia, and then a portion of town gets caught by Reedville. This is not far from our friends at 1065 Brush Hill Road. I don't think we'll be zoning over there, but we could, because it's within a half a mile of transit. But we're really kind of focusing on the Mattapan trolley. Just a quick overview of the compliance requirements. There's a minimum zoned multifamily unit capacity. This is basically your zoning needs to have the potential to produce X number of units, and that's a factor of your existing housing stock, 2461. The minimum zoning district area's got to be 50 acres. Half of the district has to be within the transit area, half of it can be elsewhere in town, and the minimum density is 15 units per acre. These numbers are all hopefully familiar to folks. I'm going to try to do a full screen view here, just so everyone can see. So the first thing that we sort of, working with UTIL about how to look at the transit area, and so you see these kind of half-mile radii from the stations. There's a lot of overlap, so it creates this sort of scalloped kind of shape. There are more than three, there's actually 4 zoning districts in the transit area. There's a C zone, there's a B zone, and there's an A zone. There's also a D zone where Unquity House is, over here by Mattapan Station. So the first thing that we asked UTIL to do, because the parcel sizes are so different in those zones, we basically asked them to kind of create 2 sub-districts. So a sub-district that encompasses effectively the C zone and then a subdistrict that encompasses the larger parcels in the A and B zones. And so the blue is Transit Area Subdistrict 1, and then the yellow is Transit Area Subdistrict 2. Owing to those differences in existing parcel size, we asked them to test two different sets of dimensional standards. And so just to sort of, we've talked about this a bunch, but just to sort of refamiliarize folks with what's going on here, the state has created a model that they're asking all the communities to use to test their districts. This is, effectively going to be the tool that they use to judge compliance if and when we pass zoning. And so it's like kind of, they give you the answer key, when you're prepared for a test, and you sort of work with that. The way that the model works is you do two sets of inputs. One set of inputs is kind of GIS based. You sort of draw your line around your transit or around your kind of zoning district, that all of the parcel information is captured by that. That gets plugged into the model, and then you put in your dimensional standards. And there's all sorts of different dimensional standards that you can put in. We put in a very limited set with the minimum lot size, minimum setback requirements, a maximum number of units per lot, and then a maximum building height. And what the model spits out is, what your unit capacity is under those constraints with your existing parcelization. So what we asked them to test in the blue area is a 5,000 square foot minimum lot size. These setbacks in both cases are the prevailing setbacks for the existing zoning districts. Ditto for the building heights. So we didn't ask them to test anything that was beyond what the existing zoning was. Maximum units per lot in the blue area of 3. That is the lowest number of units in a building to be considered multifamily. And then 4 units on a lot in the yellow area. And then parking standards are another dimensional requirement you can put in. The C zone is a 1 per unit.
Jim, can I just ask a question?
Yes.
Why is it per lot versus per acre when the standard was per acre?
Because the zoning has to apply to an individual lot. So like if you own a piece of property, you need to know how many units you can put on your lot.
But if it applied on a per acre basis, that means if you had a small lot, you'd do less. If you have a large lot, you do more. But in this case, this is saying if you have, let's just say there was a parcel of 6 acres, and I'm just throwing that out there. That's saying that you could do 3 units on that. Meanwhile, if you're in the 5,000, in your transit district 1, and then a 5,000 square foot lot would also have 3 units. That doesn't seem logical.
I can ask if that's a way to input things. I think one way that I would characterize this is kind of the predictability of how many units you can expect on any given lot without having to do that math.
I find the tool pretty limited then myself, but.
Well, and there are limitations, and so this is a bit of feedback that I'll try to get some clarity on and see if the other thing that I'll say is in a zoning district that has larger parcels and fewer larger parcels, it's with the amount of parcels that we're zoning here. It becomes, I think, unwieldy to start to kind of get your head around how many units, and the model will spit out the number, but if you're reading the zoning and you're looking at the map, like having that understanding of, how many units can I expect here?
But the way our zoning works right now is what you can build on is based on how big your lot is, right?
Right.
So this changes the whole way you think about your zoning, which doesn't make sense to me.
Well, no, it
I
doesn't.
think you're doing our zoning.
So in our current zoning, you can build 1 unit per lot, and under this, you could potentially build 3 or 4 per lot, as opposed to.
And I guess the
15
only
per acre, and then you've got to measure the lot, and whatever. So, it would be if the model can calculate that, and if that's something that the board wants to think about, we can definitely put that input in.
Because the requirement is based on units per acre, and now we're putting our parameters on units per lot. So it's like I don't know, it doesn't seem appropriate to me, but I won't
This whole
belabor it.
zoning's not appropriate?
Well, and the other thing that we, in looking at both ways, whether it's minimum lot size or maximum, we could even say maximum lot size possibly, is that one of my biggest concerns is assemblage. And that somebody, so if you say units per lot, that would prevent somebody to say, I'm going to come in and buy this house and the next 4 neighbors' homes and start to put together and assemble single-family homes and demolish them for the purpose of.
I'm just assuming that's going to happen.
Well, not if this would actually prevent that in a way.
I think it's a good point, because I think especially in this area, the concern, and this is, in my kind of, feedback to everyone about this, I understand the concern about the prevailing kind of physical character of these neighborhoods. And again, where you've got more of redevelopment of greenfield or brownfield lots, where kind of the existing physical character is less of a concern, I think, but I mean, this sort of gives you that certainty that,
And I have another question for you. A good point, I agree, Meredith. What if, though, if you had a scale that your parcel size of 5,000 can do 3, but a parcel size of something larger could be more, but it's not assembly, it's an existing parcel size, because these are based on existing parcel sizes, right?
Right. So I think that's another way of approaching this, rather than having a sort of a physical boundary of sub-districts. You have a kind of, sliding scale based on the existing. But I mean,
Can we just keep track of these so that we can kind of think about what these variables might be? Because I think there's some good suggestions generally, or you've made some, Tim and Meredith.
I think my concern there would be, so the model right now is based on the existing parcel, and we'll get into kind of the implications of that in a minute. But, my instinct here on what the state is looking for is kind of, they want units to be produced, and they want the zoning to be something that is usable kind of going forward. So like the idea that like there wouldn't be site assemblage or subdivision, like.
But I can tell you this too. When I went to the Citizen Planner Training Collaborative Conference, Lieutenant Governor spoke. There were a lot of questions about MBTA communities, and she said, we're not looking for destruction of existing fabric. We're giving you tools to calibrate the law to meet your communities. So my feeling is, where we are already all built out, if we just apply something that's, first of all, no one will like it, no one will want it, and we won't do anything to even try and meet it, because everyone's going to think it's a lousy application. So if we can't calibrate it in a way that we think could work in some fashion, how are we going to, I think we go back to them and we say, look, at least these, I've looked at this and I'm not happy with the way these are right now. I think they need finer calibration. And my position on this has always been that we do our best and see what we can do, and then see if it's acceptable at all. And then we go back to the state, and if we don't think it's acceptable, we show them why it's not. And we've done the work to do it. And so, anyway, my point is, all of these things that just take a broad brush, they don't work, because they're not calibrated to what's there.
Whether it's calibrated, when I think about those districts and applying the MBTA legislation to those districts, I visualize what's happened in South Boston. South Boston and a lot of parts of South Boston were those small 4,000 square foot lots, 3,000 square foot lots, and someone came in, they bought 3, 4, 5 of them, and what stands there now is a 4 or 5 story building that has 20 or 30 units in it. And when you look at this table here, right, there's 600 of the homes in District 1 are between 4,000 feet and 8,000 feet. And that's what very well happened. So how could you calibrate it? How could you calibrate it to that area?
I don't know yet. I
Okay.
just want to understand like the compliance model tools that we
Yeah.
have. So this one just kind of jumped out at me. I know that Tim has a lot more he wants to go through. I think each time we look at this model, we're going to learn something else. So the more we can ask them to look at or
Yeah.
put in, it's going to help answer some of those questions, and it may not. I mean, we might find that there's only certain portions, like I looked at this, there's much more acreage here than what's required for this. So that's another calibrating thing. We've talked about extra space storage in that area there. Tim told me, because someone asked me recently, does this replace the business zoning? And he said, no, it can be an overlay so that the business zoning still remains, just like we did with the Milton Village, it's an overlay. So if extra space or another business unit wanted to, let's say, I always use extra space because it's a big parcel and it seems like a sort of unfortunate use in that location, but that's a place that seems like it could use or could accept a little bit of density. So anyway, I think right now this is looking at the whole district. We may find that we want to have a few really tailor that down and find other locations, like what we said, 50% could be elsewhere.
I think what we'll find, and I've noted all these. Josh, you've noted all these comments, and we'll try to get some clarity. I think I've been saying a lot that like there are decisions that are kind of going to get made for us, and we just have to kind of direct our efforts to where there's more decision making kind of.
Tim, can I ask you a question from something you said earlier before I lose track of it? I know there's this small piece of land, within the Fairmont, and also Reedville.
Yep.
But although as small as it is, I just think we should look at that and see what could be accomplished over there. Typically when you get to the edge of the town, there's a lot less concern by the residents of what you do on the perimeter, right? And maybe there's an opportunity over there. I don't. You're smiling. Why are you smiling?
Because I know some people that live over there.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay. So, all right. So it's good for everybody. Oh, okay. All right. Well, you know what? Yeah.
Well, the problem is it goes back to it's already built out.
Oh, I know.
All those areas are all built out.
Most of the areas we're looking at are already built
So,
out.
well, this is what I was saying to Tim is I would love to almost work backwards and say, let's take 50%, half of our 2,461 units to zone for. Let's try to look at areas that are currently undeveloped, that are not residential neighborhoods. And this is why I know I rather zone in the DPW yard than I do the Columbine Cliff neighborhood or,
So one thing that Meredith said, this is going to be, I think we need one of these charts, these trade-off charts, because when you think about how many units you have to zone for, if you have an area that already has units, it's not really a net new number of units in the sense, like you say, 2,461 new units. If you do the DPW, there's no units there right now, right?
So
you are adding all those. But if you did an area, or even extra space, there's no units there right now. But if you did 88 Wharf and Milton Hill House and 131 Elliott and 36 Central, there are already units there. So you're not adding that many new households and potentially households with children or whatever impacts we're talking about. So
I
we
do
have
like
that trade-off.
So we have the Granite Ave parcel that we all think that we would like to go pretty dense on that because right now it's sort of a little bit of an isolated area, although there are neighbors that are across the road. So we're not.
Caveat.
No, there's neighbors everywhere, but
say that for every single one.
But I still think we, when I look at the guidelines, it's that we are to create a district of size of a reasonable size.
Reasonable size.
So I don't know why we can't do the brownfield. I think that's a very reasonable site. It might be just under the 5 acres, but I don't see in the zoning it has to be a minimum of 5 acres. That's sort of an arbitrary.
A sub-district, the guidelines say that a sub-district has to be at least 5 acres.
So maybe that's where we ask and say we're really trying.
Right. So and the trick on that one, because I think it may be 3.9 or 4 something, and the trick about that one is it's surrounded by state land, DCR land, that would, we wouldn't be able to fold that in. The other issue, and we may, who knows if we're able to stretch on something like this. When it comes to public property, because they have a calculation of kind of developable land and excluded land. So excluded land is, the Blue Hills Reservation, right? The Neponset River Reservation, that's excluded. You're not going to develop that. Public land generally is considered to be excluded land unless it is referenced in a DHCD approved housing production plan as a strategic housing location. And so that's how we get away with the state DPW yard on Granite Ave, because that's, even though that's state property, so like the state doesn't want you like zoning, the state house as, because we're never going to build housing there. But if you have identified a parcel as a strategic housing site that maybe the state would dispose of land, you can build housing on it, and DHC approves that in your housing production plan, then you can zone that. So that's how we get away with Granite Ave. We don't have such a document for the DPW yard. So what they're trying to avoid is, okay, let's just rezone Town Hall. There's 5 acres on the Town Hall campus, and if the town ever decides we can build 100 units on Town Hall. We're not going to do that. And that's what DHC is trying to avoid. So what they want to see is planning that already exists for redevelopment of public assets. Now, the DPW yard has been the site of redevelopment discussions in the past. Whether or not those are, I think those might be defunct, but also maybe you can get away with that conversation of like, hey, we've talked about, doing this in the past, if we can find a new location, if we can work something out. So that's one limitation on this. But again, I think as we sort of start to go through this model, and like I said, a lot of decisions are going to be made for us, and we're going to have to find areas where we have a little bit more leeway and a little bit more discretion. We may go into situations where it's like, look, I'll roll the dice with DHCD on the brownfield site, even though it's undersized. We think that this is still a strong argument that this should be zoned, it should count.
And there's an argument, it's right on public transit. I mean, it's walkable to the Fairmont station.
They're talking about building a River Street station if the T ever gets its act together. But let me go through a little bit more, because I think you'll start to see some of the limitations and some of the potential solutions for those limitations as we start to go through this. So when you put these 2 transit area subdistricts through the model, we're really good on unit capacity. So you remember that 2461 number. If we zone this entire area for what is effectively almost the minimum legal density that we can, we get upwards of 3,100 units. So we're good on that. The district size, much greater than 50 acres minimum, so we're good on that. It's the minimum density that starts to hit us. So this blue area, when you take into account, because they're talking about gross density, which is another, gross density is in the legislation, so there's no way around it. That means the whole land divided by the number of units.
Streets and everything.
So all of that sort of kind of goes in.
It's terrible.
And so this becomes an issue where if you look at an individual parcel, a 5,000 square foot parcel with 3 units on it is more than 15 units per acre. So I don't have the math at my fingertips, but like on that individual parcel basis, you're good. But when you start to take in the size of the rest of the district and what else is in that district, that number starts to go down. So we're at 7.7 units an acre in the blue area, 3.3 units per acre in the yellow area. And you'll start to see another reason for why those numbers are so low, even though, especially in the blue area, the densities are relatively high on an individual parcel basis. And part of the reason, and this is one of the limitations of the model, is that it's taking a snapshot of today. What is your existing parcelization? And so anyone that drives down Capon Street or those other side streets understands. You look at the map, you understand these are undersized parcels. It's a 7,500 square foot district. There's actually relatively few actual 7,500 square foot lots in this district. They're all pre-zoning, they're all undersized. So you see this chart, and you know, this tall bar right here that I'm pointing at is where we've set the minimum lot size, right? So everything from this bar to the right, you could potentially build something on under this scheme of 5,000 square foot minimum lot size. So what that means is everything to the left of this 180 is still undersized and you can't build anything. So all of that area is in our denominator, and we're getting a 0 on the numerator because you can't build any units there. The other thing, and this it's relevant to both sub-districts, but it's more relevant to the yellow district now. So we set a 10,000 square foot minimum lot size in the yellow district, right? So this 19 where I'm here right now is where your 10,000 square foot parcels start. So everything to the right of this, you could build 4 units on, right? So there's a lot more parcels where you could actually get some units on it, but because, and you know, don't throw a tomato at me, but because the density is so low at only 4 units on a 10,000 square foot lot, when you have some of these, you know, there's 14 parcels that are greater than 100,000 square feet. The model isn't presuming subdivision. The model is saying you've got a parcel that meets the minimum lot size.
About before.
You can build 4 units on it. So we're only getting credit for 4 units on these 1,400,000 plus square foot lots, right? So again, our denominator of area is enormous, and the number of units that we're getting in the numerator is relatively low. And so even though on an individual parcel basis, and you know, there's 4 units on a 10,000 square foot lot, you know, maybe you could squeeze a couple more in, but that's not, I don't think Milton is interested in that. You know, we're in a point here where we tested the whole district, and now we need to start thinking about, do we want to zone for this whole district, or do we want to start trimming the borders of that transit area? Because what winds up happening, and I'll use the blue area as an example. It's a little bit tougher in the blue area, but I think the yellow area is going to be a little bit more charged. These super undersized parcels, you know, 499 and below, are kind of scattered throughout the district, but what you could potentially do to kind of juice your numbers of density in this blue area is find where there's the highest concentration of these undersized parcels, where you're just not getting any credit for anything, but you're getting dinged on the land, and just not zone that area, right? And so your denominator gets reduced, your numerator gets reduced a little bit because there's some collateral damage of actual, you know, compliant parcels, but you'll see that 7.7 go up. You know,
Can that be done, Tim? Because there's 200 of those. I mean, are they like?
So they're not like all 200 of them are
Together.
not all like together.
That's what I'm
Like,
thinking, right?
I think if you look, you know, there's a lot of them, and I'll ask you, Teal, to give me the diagram. They didn't put it in the slideshow. There's a lot of them in this sort of, you know, triangle of Blue Hill Ave, Blue Hills Parkway, Brush Hill Road. Not all of them, but
Yeah.
probably the majority of them.
Okay.
So if you just took that out,
Okay.
you'd kind of bump up the density.
Okay.
You know, ditto for the A and B districts. And, you know, so you're looking at along Adams Street where you have acre plus parcels, and you're only getting credit for 4 units on each of those, or 4 divided by 10,000, whatever. You know, if you were to not zone some of these larger parcels, you would get that corresponding boost in that 3.3 units per acre, because again, you know, you'd be losing a handful of units, but you'd also be losing a significant amount of area that you're getting dinged on. But that's a similar type of situation where, you know, you would need to find a relatively contiguous geography, because what they don't want to see is just like, we're not going to zone any parcel that's under 5,000 square feet, because then you'd get this sort of like pock-bark zoning district, and DHCD would look at that and be like,
Bless you.
what are you trying to do here? So that's, and there's a couple more kind of scenario type solutions here, but we'll look at all of those comprehensively. So these are the other two districts, and again, I asked them to test them because they were sort of the obvious ones, non-residential for the most part. There is some residential in East Milton Square, and relatively large parcels compared to the transit area. So for these two, we didn't do a minimum lot size because the business district doesn't have a minimum lot size, and there's only 2 parcels in Granite Ave. A little bit of bigger setbacks, but the setbacks again kind of minimal. We may want to tweak that. No maximum of the units per lot, and then setting 6 stories and 4 stories respectively. Granite Ave, 6 stories. That's a decent sized apartment building. 4 stories, we just did site plan approval for a 4-story building in East Milton. It's very broad. I know we're going to be talking about zoning in East Milton. We're not talking about 4 stories everywhere, but we just wanted to see what the effects would be. And again, this sort of, it doesn't get us all the way there, but it does give us significant numbers of units. The thing that becomes important is, the density over here is way above what we need it to be. So, with those dimensional standards, if we were to do that in these 2 districts, those would be real contributors to our numbers.
So, Tim, were you explaining that having some districts that have higher density and allows you to have some districts with low density, so to reach the average of 15?
So the law is all of, and we use the term district. DHCD kind of considers everything that you give them is your zoning district, and it's going to be multiple sub-districts. Part of it's not going to be contiguous, but that's like your district. So your district has to be 15 units per acre. You could have conceivably 1 unit per acre in a sub-district, as long as it's made up for elsewhere with a 16 unit per acre district of the same size, and that averages out to 15 units per acre.
I thought you have to have 3 minimum though, 3 units an acre. No?
No, it's got to be three units in a building.
In a building, sorry.
Yeah. To be considered to be multifamily.
Can on that clarification though, because you and I talked about this, you can have a property with two families on it, and that's compliant.
Right.
That means multifamily.
So multifamily is defined in 2 ways: 1 building with 3 or more units, or a parcel with multiple buildings with multiple units. So if you had 3 two-family houses, for 2 two-family houses, that's a multifamily parcel right there. Or 1 with a 3-unit building is multifamily, and then anything bigger than that, obviously, is still multifamily.
Not that it's going to happen, but what about 3 singles on a parcel?
No.
That's not multifamily.
No, I get it.
But you can have a 2 and a 1, right?
No.
No?
Because you've got to have more than 1 building with more than 1 unit. So
Okay, so
those
it's just a minimum of 2 and 2 then.
Right.
I mean,
those,
yeah,
those
a 2
buildings
and a
don't
2.
have to have 3 units. They have to have at least 2.
Okay.
Even though you would have 3 units per parcel, they're not in a multifamily building. It's kind of, these are the things where it's like, the state has to draw a line somewhere, but like you start to see the limitations of the definitions that they use and the constraints that they put in these models and in these guidelines. So this is all everything kind of cumulatively. So, the modeled, multifamily unit capacity, if we do all these districts with those requirements, we're way above our unit capacity. We're all set there. District size, no question, huge district. The density, if you combine all these, really only gets us a little bit more than halfway there, right? So even though Granite Ave and East Milton have a relatively high density, those areas are physically smaller.
All right, so can we just give the feedback that this model then doesn't make sense in a sense? Because if they're after unit capacity in zoning, why does it matter?
It's
the density side,
so
right?
This is it's something that I'm actually kind of struggling with, and if you saw some of my Twitter group chats, you would kind of see. I'm never going to show them to you, but you was like, because I have this discussion with a lot of other kind pro housing folks, where it's like there becomes this kind of disconnect between the law, which really only says three things: by right, reasonable size, 15 units per acre, four things, half mile of transit, right? The guidelines that DHCD has put together, and then the compliance model that they've used to test that, really add in some things. I personally, you know, if we gave them zoning that came out to 4,700 units, and I'm the state, I would say, thank you, Milton. Good job. But that's not compliant, right? According to their rules. So, you know, for better or for worse, I think we need to make more movement towards getting to that minimum density. And the other thing I'll tell you is this, because I've spoken with UTIL, I've spoken with MAPC, I've talked with Mass Housing Partnership, I've talked to a lot of other people, and I think everyone acknowledges that, you know, everyone around this table knows that Milton's unique. Milton's unique in this regard, in terms of the parcelization around the transit area. I use the Dedham example all the time. You know, Dedham is rezoning Legacy Place, and they've got a couple 40Bs around Legacy Place. You know, a kid could do it. You know, it's easy peasy. Like this, we have, you know, we don't have huge parcels. Our transit area, where we're legally obligated to put half of this district, is, you know, I don't like the use of the term built out, because I think there's plenty of room to go up, but there's not actually a ton of room to go up, you know, unless you're totally blowing everything up, which I think
Exactly, I was going to say.
and, you know, so we're really kind of walking a real tightrope here. So there's a couple, and this is just kind of what the spreadsheet of the model looks like. So using just the constraints that UTIL has been working with, there's a scenario that gets us to compliance that I don't think is very attractive. So that just means we're going to have to test more districts. We're going to have to change some boundary lines. We're going to have to change some dimensional requirements. But they sort of give you these sorts of you know, and it's like a nesting doll of changes, right? So the baseline that we've seen, you know, you do the whole district, you do those two other districts, gets you to 4661, but it's 8.3 units per acre. So if you take out the yellow district, which I said the yellow district is the one that's kind of contributing those really big parcel sizes and not a lot of units. If you take that out, you get, you know, you go from 8.3 units per acre to 11.2 units per acre. And really the density becomes the operative thing, because we can do a lot of reduction without being in danger of getting below our zone capacity numbers. So like we're kind of all set there until something dramatic happens. So if you remove the yellow district, you get to 11.2 units per acre. If you remove the yellow district and you reduce the minimum lot size in the blue district from 5,000 to 4,000, now you're at 12.4 units per acre. If you remove the yellow district and increase and reduce the lot size, no. So these are two individual things and the combined thing. Basically, to get to compliance, you take out the yellow district, you keep Granite Ave, you keep East Milton, you take the blue district, and you go from 5,000 square foot minimum lot size to 4,000 square foot minimum lot size, and you go from 3 units per lot to 4 units per lot. And that gets you to 15.1 units per acre. All along, and this is before the guidelines ever came out, I have said, you know, I've been doing this long enough to understand that the town does not want to see massive demolition in these districts.
Can I just comment on this, though?
Yeah.
But that 15 per acre also equates to 5,093 units.
Right.
Which
is way
double.
more than we're obligated to do. So
the only way in this exercise that you can actually get to the units per acre is you double the volume of units you were supposed to build.
Which, you know,
creates another series of problems.
So this is why folks are going to be okay with that, other folks are not going to be okay with that. So that's why, again, the limitations that we have here, we're not necessarily limited to, but it means...
That's why we need more sub-districts that have higher density. Like I suggested at our last meeting, if you drew a boundary, which I did using residensity, and you have to look at it, because the more roadway and unbuildable, it drops your density too. But 88 Wharf, extra space storage, where Steel and Rye is.
It's too small.
But if you,
And that's
so
the
if
one
you,
surrounded by
if
state.
you draw this district where we already have multifamily,
Milton Hill House.
Milton Hill House,
Elliott?
where Steel and Rye is, capturing those two O'Neill buildings, across to 131 Elliott. And
That's
then
what I
over to
thought we were gonna
36
be
Central,
doing.
and bump the density there up to about what it is already.
Right.
And look and see how that affects this area. And then add the Randolph Ave sites that,
That's
they
most
may not be
logical.
places that people think they might want things, but we have to test the model, just like we don't want certain things some people think in other places.
Right.
So we have where Newcomb's is, right? And then the businesses that are behind Newcomb's, right? I know, like, these may never change hands where they're owned.
Those are the most logical.
Just bigger parcels that we can look at putting.
And have the least
more density.
impact that you're
Right.
destroying the fact.
So even if you do that, you still have to accomplish 50% within a half mile, right?
But if you get more, you identified that we have many more units here than we need, right? I'm suggesting that if you can increase your density someplace else, you'll pull them out of here. And you're going to, it'll help your total density number because you're going to be able to concentrate them on a smaller area.
Right.
I
And
think that's
this
right, right?
was what Meredith was kind of getting at earlier in terms of like working backwards of like, let's leave the transit area for now. We understand we're gonna have to come back and kind of modulate those district lines. Let's try to rack up units outside the transit area, and then to Cheryl's point, we already have density existing in these districts. All of the multifamily that we have is greater than 15 units per acre. So even if we just kind of like corrected those sub-districts to, we would get a little bit more credit. As a strategy, I would probably take a parcel like 131 Elliott, has 38 units on it. We could zone underneath that for a little bit more than 38 units. I don't think Steve Connolly is going to knock down his beautiful new building to get a handful of extra units. We can kind of.
And then that helps this whole district in terms of.
There's a couple games that you can play. I mean, we're obviously going to have to do a lot of zoning, but like we can get credit for units in a way that will be helpful.
But I want to ask a question though, because this one, the 5,000, the 14 units per acre, that excludes sub-district 2. Right? You took sub-district. So what does sub-district 1 look like? What would it ever look like in terms?
I don't think you can use this. I think you've got to go back and add these other higher densities and not even just assume that you're not going to do what it says here you're going to do, because that's not the solution.
So sub-district 1, Sean, looks like the blue. Just ignore everything else.
Yeah.
So and I'll just tell you this, because you're the politicians at the table, right? I think Meredith and Cheryl's kind of strategy here of like, let's test a couple more kind of logical parcels outside the district. Let's get right on the existing multifamily we have in these districts, because the drawing of the lines around this transit district is going to be a difficult decision for U5, because what the folks on Valley Road are going to say is, well, how come the folks on School Street are out but we're still in? That's going to be something that you're going to have to deal with. And I think so. This map is.
Well, you'll have to deal with that too.
Well,
we're not alone. We're in this together. All right. Let's not make it the 5 members of the planning board.
No, and this is going to be a joint decision by the select board as well. We're not doing this alone.
I appreciate that. You're right. This is kind of this is still the sort of most equitable kind of map there is. But again,
this is where calibrating it to what's there is, I don't know if there's a better word for it, but that's why I'm not ready to say that to give that district out yet, because we have work to have work to do yet in here for some more testing and try and get some of those units out of this whole area and get them on some of those other sites. And then we can come back to these 2 areas. I agree with that approach. We need to see, now that we've seen what this does with the parameters that you've put in. Right. But I mean, what this does is it underzones the areas that are already much denser than that, that makes no sense.
Yep.
Underzones that whole area that I just outlined, which 88 Wharf, I think, is like 28 units an acre.
Yeah. No,
So it's
real
like,
good.
why would we put it at 3 units an acre? And this is where the whole parcel thing is screwy, because your zoning is probably only allowing like 3 units there, because that's a big lot. I mean, that's just nonsense.
So there's and so I think there's dials to be adjusted here. I think we can still put off some of the tougher decisions. But I do think, and then the next sort of agenda item is kind of talking about the fiscal impact analysis, and I think that's where Sean's point about we're how many we're not going to hit 2461 on the nosy unless we do an amazing job. But like how many, because there is going to wind up being a trade-off in terms of, drawing a district line that is the most fair and the most, equitable may yield more units than you need. I think 5,000 compared to 2641 is probably overdoing it. But, you're going to want to have that information of like, what is the effect of, drawing what we think is the most equitable map versus, what is the impact of the additional potential units going to be, and how does that affect that question. So that's where we are right now in terms of the model kind of outputs. In terms of what we have in sort of technical assistance resources, and what I'll say is the model is a GIS exercise. So we have the capability to do model runs in-house. It's just we would have to teach ourselves and Alan, how to do it. We have technical assistance resources at our disposal that we want to take advantage of. So I have the model package that UTIL has been working with. My plan was to, MAPC has technical assistance resources, have them test the additional districts that we will identify, have them do the calibration on the existing multifamily in the transit area, pass that back to UTIL, because UTIL is also on the hook for us to produce additional materials in terms of visualizations, which they're currently working on, and then produce meeting materials, not dissimilar to the slideshow that we can sort of take to the planning board, take to the select board, take to the community. I kind of want them kind of effectively batting cleanup on a third set of iterations. So basically taking what MAPC does, they'll do a similar exercise to this. Here's what these extra districts get you. And then, maybe we find ourselves hopefully in a situation where there's one more crack at an iteration, and maybe we can get to something we can start kind of building language around. Now, that may not happen by July 1, 2023, in which case we either look for more technical assistance resources or we start to figure out how to do these model runs in-house, which again, other towns have done it. A little more resourced than us, but we definitely have people in the building that can do it if we need to. So we're not, June 30th is where our technical assistance runs out, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's where the iterating on these district lines runs out.
So Tim, do you think that, knowing that July and August, a lot of people will be away and on vacation, do you think we have an opportunity to do something where there's public participation, not just a presentation, and not a Zoom, but more either on the ground or something where there's boards and people do some.
Yeah. So we would like to get out in May to just
That's what I was thinking, the May 22nd meeting, could we make that a public, Council on Aging public meeting?
If the board wants to do that, we would definitely be interested in doing that, irrespective of what is produced by our technical assistance consultants. Just sort of getting a progress report out to people and getting some, and just having, because I think, one thing that we've been talking about, we're kind of waist deep in these numbers. The other thing is kind of, what does this stuff look like? And I think that's one thing where we've tried to convey what 3 units on a 5,000 square foot lot looks like, what 28 units per acres looks like. I think there's input, and what I don't want to do is go out and ask people, where do you think a zoning district could be? Because I don't think we're going to get interesting, useful information, because I don't think that anyone is going to tell us things that we don't already know.
We also asked that already in the public survey. that's
Right.
been going on.
But I think there's other questions that we can ask in terms of, what do you think appropriate housing typologies are in the town of Milton? What do you think, appropriate densities are in different areas that, because again, I think we're on the hook to comply with state law. There's a lot of constraints on us. There's a lot of kind of doing things that maybe we're not inclined to do. There's still a lot of opportunity for us to craft this in a way that achieves a lot of our priorities. And I think, when we talk about 3 units on a 5,000 square foot lot, that's the type of thing that, I say this all the time, you can't, with by right zoning, you can't guarantee any given outcome on any given lot, but you can put parcels in as good a position as possible to be preserved and to be renovated or added on as opposed to being demolished.
Just like we did with Milton Village zoning, I would say. And the other thing is, I would say, is we have an opportunity to do design guidelines for this as well. And so one thing I spoke to Tim about is having some prototypes. Like I was also wondering, Tim, if when MAPC is going to begin work in East Milton, because part of their scope, as I recall, was to kind of document the existing conditions.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost as if you'd want to do something like that in these districts that we're going to be, that these zones could be applied to, because then you start to understand better what might work there, rather than just a numbers game. So then you could say, okay, well, this area already has 2 families. Are there places where two families on a lot make sense, right? So what would that look like? And so if you had some idea of what that looks like, and people can see that, you can say, is there a part of Milton that you think that this housing type is appropriate, right? And then you can even do like pictures of 36 Central and others, and say, do you think this is an appropriate type for another location? Let's say, like maybe it's 88 Wharf for Granite Ave site, right? So then you start to get the visuals that go with the numbers that we're looking at. That helps people understand, I think, a lot better than just looking at numbers and maps.
So one thing that I just want to kind of show people, that, and I hope this gives folks a little bit of confidence or hope or whatever, because it is a daunting exercise. But one thing that is really important to note about the existing fabric in what is a significant portion of the transit area, which is kind of these really small lots on Elliott Street, off of Elliott Street, is that these are non-compliant in a number of ways, and a lot of it is due to setbacks, right? So if you were to create a sort of in a greenfield scenario, you're going to subdivide a huge area and you're going to put streets and you're going to divide lots, and you say, we want everyone, everyone's got to have, one parking space per unit, and we want you to have certain setbacks and everything. You would need to size your lots appropriately so that you could get a driveway. You don't want people parking in the front yard. You want them parking in the back. So so a lot of these lots, you see 48 is the frontage on a lot of these. And there's bigger frontage, there's 60 in some places, there's 40 in other places, and then there's, more frontage elsewhere. But, if you've got Cheryl, how wide is a house? 40 feet, 35 feet,
Depends on the house.
Depends on the house, yeah.
In Milton, you can find a wide range.
So if we set, and the typical, the side yard setback in a C zone is what? Is it 5 feet? Is it 10 feet? You set the setback requirements, and that kind of assumes on a narrow lot like 48,
10 feet.
See?
In that unofficial chart.
Go, Jim. Go, Jim.
So if you were to build a brand new house on a 48-foot, wide lot with 10-foot setbacks, now you're talking about, you're in the middle of the lot and you've got a skinny house and you've got 10-foot setbacks on either side. It's going to be tough to get your driveway in on either side, right? So that's why you see so many of these parcels where, the house is kind of leaning towards one side of the frontage, and then the driveway just goes in on the side. And you've got shared driveway situations. You've got one right here. So if we set zoning that has the same setbacks as we have in the existing zoning, which I think is a priority because it kind of preserves the dimensional kind of character.
But Tim, can I just add something there? You're just pointing out something, though. How many of these are non-conforming? They're probably all non-conforming.
Oh, yeah.
And so why would we match the setbacks to the zoning when that doesn't match the district that's there?
Well, so that's another thing. I don't know that that's going to affect our density numbers because what we've been finding is that setbacks really don't. But from the perspective of, what we're talking about here, maybe you do want to set them in a way. But what I'm trying to get at is I think a lot of people, if they choose to avail themselves of zoning, are going to want to preserve that, we don't use the term grandmothered or grandfathered anymore, that non-compliant footprint.
But so here's the thing, what I always say oftentimes to people is, you like your neighborhood, you like Milton the way it is, you couldn't build Milton today under our current zoning. So why do we zone for that now, when it doesn't reflect what we've got?
So it's going to be a conversation because I guess what I'm trying to get at is if you're the owner of 313 Elliott Street and you want to go from a 1-family to a 3-family, if you knock down 313 Elliott Street, you're going to have to move that footprint, and it's going to make it harder for you to get your driveway back. If you preserve this footprint and do an addition in the back or an addition up top to preserve this footprint so that you can get your parking in, that when I say putting parcels in as good a position as possible to be preserved, that's something to keep in mind that, if there's a parking requirement and you don't want people parking in the front yard, these non-compliant footprints are actually very useful for that, and that puts limitations. Even if you have by right zoning for additional density, you're going to want to avail yourself of that footprint. So again, that doesn't apply to every lot.
But you can use design guidelines in a similar way, can't you?
So the thing about design guidelines, and I have to look a little bit more into this because the only town that I'm aware of in recent history that's done design guidelines for like a whole general purpose residential zoning district is Arlington. Did this a couple of years ago for their R1 and R2 districts. That's 1-family, 2-family, which is a huge geography. But what wound up happening was, and you think about when we talk about the code enforcement officer, like if you have a by right zoning scheme, who interprets the design guidelines? Right, for a by right project. So what Arlington winds up having to do is they set these design guidelines and they only apply if you need zoning relief, right? So they didn't rezone their residential zones. So there's a lot of what we have here where you need variances for dormers, you need variances for decks, you need variances for additions. So you apply the design guidelines to things that need zoning relief, and then you've got the opportunity for a discretionary decision-making body to now have these guidelines and say,
if you want this.
we think this applies, and like whatever. They have a special design review board that gets kind of triggered in a by right situation where, under MBTA communities, we're creating zoning that doesn't have to have discretionary review. It becomes really difficult to apply design guidelines because then what you're saying is the building commissioner has to be the one that says.
So can you have form-based code?
Yes, you could do a form-based code.
What is form-based code?
So form-based code is basically, if you can imagine a kind of design guidelines that kind of live inside the zoning, and in a really broad kind of explanation, what we have right now is kind of dimensional based and use based. So this is a residential district, right? That's the thing that defines and then the dimensional requirements, height, setbacks, whatever. What form-based code says is we're less concerned with the use and more concerned with the form, right? So it has much more visualization in terms of massing in the zoning. It has much more things about roof lines, about various kind of facade treatments, and whether it's single family, multifamily, some form-based codes will include commercial, but it basically is kind of on a fundamental level, we care about what this looks like, not as much about what it's used for.
So the reason I suggest it is that since this has to be as of right and you can't make it discretionary, you put as much into the code as possible to get the desired outcome that you want.
So effectively, it creates, there's a kind of what the actual zoning code looks like, and then kind of programmatically, it creates what are effectively design standards. So like guidelines, if you look at our Milton Village guidelines, they're, we like the way this looks and we think you should do this. A standard, 35-foot height is effectively a design standard. And then you can get more detailed with
Yeah, I mean, Milton Village is a little bit of a hybrid, as we've talked about,
Right.
because we put a lot of design standards into the zoning, which means you have to be compliant with the standard. But then we gave discretion to the planning board to waive a standard too. So that meant, like you could give some flexibility to how a parcel is designed, that if you can waive a standard.
So with the form-based code and with design standards, in a by right scheme, what you really need to be concerned with is taking as much kind of aesthetic judgment out of the hands of the zoning enforcement officer, who is a building guy, right? So you wouldn't write something that says like, we want to have beautiful ornate crenellations, because he's going to be like, hey, what's
that?
But it's got to be like numbers, shapes, things that you can kind of like look at and say like, yeah, that's it.
But it's
Yeah.
very graphic, so it's easy to see, and it's usually based on the character of what's already there. So that's why it's also something that...
So that's an exercise that Brookline is engaging in. They're after a form-based code. A little bit of a different animal. They have. They're on Harvard Street is what they're looking at in Brookline, from Coolidge Corner to Brookline Village. But that is definitely something that in fiscal 24, we may want to talk about in terms. If we want to do something like that, we'll need help. But also, I think it's important. So
No, but I mean, can this...
For this, yeah.
Can it be for this? Can we do it for this?
yeah.
All right, so that... All right. I just
So
think...
next steps, yeah.
I'm sorry, you were going to go to next steps, and I was going to ask, do we think we need another meeting before the...
Before the 22nd?
Before a public forum, whether it's the 22nd or a public forum at a different date?
I think so.
I think so too, right?
It would be great. I think if, based on the information, if you can sort of work with some new sub-districts that we were talking about tonight, and we'll work, I think we work from some of those higher density areas and back into what...
Yeah.
Do you want to see if there's anybody here that are on the screen?
I do, yeah. Is there anyone who would like to speak to something? I know you've been patiently waiting. If you want to come join us, and then if there's anyone else. Welcome. You can state your name and address for the record.
Matt Morong. I live at 136 Elliott Street, so right in the thick of it, kind of around the corner from Craft and Crew. I've got to say, I had notes, and they were a little confrontational, so I'm going to discard them. But I want to share some frustration with this process that I have to say has actually been reduced as a result of seeing this presentation. So I feel a little bit better. But what I think I'm concerned about here is mostly process. Just to give you a little background, actually, I'm an architect. I have a background 20 years ago doing planning work as well. I know that these things take time, right? And I know that we, the town, are kind of under the gun as far as this law is concerned. So what I'm really concerned about in the immediate is what we're seeing, kind of like the process that we're seeing from UTL, right? That we're doing explorations, we're doing studies, and the result is not helpful, right? I think that this is actually a massive design problem, or at least maybe that might be my bias as an architect. But I just know from my professional career that these things take time, they take iteration. And of course, this is also the most public design possible, right? We're dealing with people's investments, we're dealing with people's public spaces. And so there's an element of care that I think has to go into this, right? That I don't think that this is a matter of just overlaying a district and passing that density as a blanket across the area in the transit zone, right? I think that there's nuance to it, and I think that I want to be sure that the town is using the resources that it has well, right? I think UTL is actually, as far as planning firms that you could hire to do this work, I mean, from what I've seen, I think they might be among the best in the business here in Boston. But what they're doing is not really design, right? They're kind of regurgitating information back to us that I think we could have probably figured out already. So that is my concern, right? Is this question of the oversight and feedback that we're giving to our consultants, and what the result is going to be from that. So that's what I'm here to ask for, I guess, is a more intensive process, because I believe in the good that will come out of MBTA zoning. I support it as an idea, but we owe it to all of your constituents to do this well. Assuming, and I believe that, yes, I think I said, I believe we should do it, but we should do it well. So that's what I'm here to say, is that I would like to see more emphasis on this. It's felt like in the past couple of meetings in particular, this gets pushed, kind of late into the agenda, and sometimes bypassed altogether. So I would, just because this has such a huge impact. I mean, I think it goes without saying, right? We talk about what happens on individual parcels or individual subdivisions that impact, maybe 12 households. This is going to impact hundreds or possibly thousands of households within this town. So I just want that to be emphasized, and I'm following the process very closely. You'll probably hear from me again, but I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. And like I said, I feel a little bit better. I think that the discussion that we've had actually has brought up a lot of really good points and has been very helpful. But just know that I'm nervous, especially as somebody who feels like he's kind of in the thick of this. And I'm excited to see what comes of it. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. So we were just talking about adding another meeting.
There was no
Oh,
one
is there
else?
someone else? I had another
On the
hand.
screen? I just wanted to make sure. No, okay.
So we were going to add another meeting to sort of review and look at sort of the sub-districts on where we are following tonight's discussion. And we have May 11th, which we have a big public hearing, so we can't do it that night. So would there be a date for people between the 11th and the 22nd that we could meet on this? Let's see here.
About the 16th.
I could do this
Tuesday.
Good.
That would work for me. Tim, is that good? A good?
Yeah.
And we'll meet here at Town Hall on that. And then I think the 22nd, we can talk about a venue that we could invite people to.
The Community Preservation Committee is meeting on the 16th. There may be some sort of interest overlap, especially given the community housing aspect of what they're doing.
What time is their meeting?
7. So we might want to consider Wednesday.
Do we want to? So I need to. I have I'm setting up a meeting with MAPC to kind of do the handoff. Can I have that conversation, or at least kind of get an idea from them, like what the turnover time is going to be?
Okay.
Because I think regardless of what they say, I think we need to get out there on the 22nd.
I agree.
And if the topic is just status report, I just think getting out there and touching folks on this issue is going to be important.
Yep, I
We'll give
agree.
them everything we've got, and if we need to do another one, we'll have to do another one. We're trying to sort of think more critically about, we don't want to have a big, huge public forum every week, but we do want to sort of be out there. And I think with the summertime, coming, there's going to be a lot more public events. We're going to be able to get out there and talk to people. But just in terms of organizing a kind of another planning board meeting, let me just
check with them.
Let me just get a sort of timeline from them, and then and maybe we still want to meet on the 16th to just maybe discuss what the conduct of
Or the
of forum will
17th.
be.
I don't know
Or the
if they're
17th,
both.
whatever it's going to be.
How long are you away?
I actually have a conflict on the 17th, but
23rd through the 30th.
Okay, I'm away until it's the 8th of June.
So that's our next, we have that meeting scheduled.
Yeah,
But that might be.
I'll be flying back in the afternoon, so I should be able to make it. Well, actually, I'll be a little late. It looks like I
That's
do it
just
at
the,
6:50.
that's the 1200 Threshold Road we moved
Oh, yeah,
out,
okay,
so
that's fine. All right, so just in terms of, I think it would be, I was just wondering whether we move the 22nd. out, but it's not going to work with our schedule. So, yeah, I think if we could get another meeting in, why did you say after the 11th? Could it be before the 11th? I mean, we're on the 27th. How much time do you think they need?
Yeah, maybe we should hear from MAPC.
Yeah,
and
I was
then
going to say, like, I don't have a clear indication. It's not going to be
Okay.
like weeks and weeks and weeks, but
Okay.
it might be 2 weeks. So I'd like to have a
So
clear idea.
what if we did do something though, even if it was just a quick to see what this looked like? I mean, maybe we do a 6 o'clock for an hour, or even if it's a Zoom, if people can't get here. I'm just thinking to get an update, like this kind of an update.
Yeah.
It's not.
right. If we had had this earlier, we could have given you feedback earlier, probably.
Yeah.
And just, yeah. So,
So I'd rather not lose the opportunity for feedback if we can squeeze it in someplace.
all right. So I think we need to hear from MAPC.
I'll get a clear idea on timeline from them, and then I'll shoot a poll out to the group, and we can figure
Okay.
out.
And then Tim, did you want to, because I know you are anxious to also get the RFP moving.
Yeah, so I think the scope of work is relatively slimmed down. I think that,
I don't know if everyone had a chance to review. I did have a question on that because I know you took out a lot of what was originally in the RFP.
I really wanted to just focus on the impact analysis, because I think that some of the other, really what it comes down to, I think this is a concern that someone raised early on, is like finding someone that can do all of this. And I think that there are firms that definitely just do municipal fiscal impact analysis, and like adding more, for lack of a better term, sorry Matt, designy stuff.
Yeah,
You
but
would
I did.
sort of like be in a situation where you'd have to have teams of folks coming in, and it might take longer to do.
So I guess my question is, you did have with the municipal impact analysis, you had based on the build out analysis, but you had in here in the scope that this firm would do a build out analysis, but it's actually we're paying UTIL, it's under their contract that they do the build out analysis?
I think.
So it shouldn't be in here too.
Yeah, I think what I would rather, and I might have said this in the past, what's going to be important for this analysis is less. I mean, it becomes important kind of like where the districts are and kind of generally what the housing types are. But I think what really becomes important is what is the assumption of the number of units that we expect to be built out in a certain time frame. Because the longer you go in a time frame, 20, 30, 40 years out, the less reliable any modeling becomes. And so you've got to pick a timeline that's kind of in the relatively kind of reasonable future, 10, 15 years.
Do we have a sense of what Milton's average is? I mean, it's not very high, right?
In terms of like how
units
many,
per year?
yes,
permitted?
it's not a lot.
I mean, you throw in the 40Bs and that'll change everything, but.
But I think you offer something by right, and I think every developer in
zoning.
town is going to be all over it.
I think that, so there's going to, and what I'd like to put in the scope is like, with consultation with the planning board, determine a time frame and determine a build out. Because I think, we're not going to get 2461 units in any kind of reasonable time frame. It's just not going to happen. Our population's not going to increase by 25% in my kid's lifetime, So you've got to pick numbers.
Right.
And
But
those assumptions become important to get valuable information.
Right. But I guess what I'm saying, and I guess maybe it's the visualizations, the build out analysis that I'm referring to.
That's going to be.
We can't hand over the cost base. We don't know until we have those districts finalized. And so we need the visualizations to present to the public on, say, maybe it's May 22nd, maybe, I don't know if we could have it that soon, but we need to have that before, because the residents in Milton could be really upset and say, no, this is ridiculous, we don't want this, and have a firm, and we have to redistrict. So we can't do a cost-based analysis until we've actually
I think, I hear what you're saying. I think what's important
we know what our districts are, yes.
I think what's important for like the fiscal impact analysis is less the size of the buildings, or even the location of the buildings, as much as the numbers, right? Because there's certain things where if you build a 20-story tower that has we're not gonna do that obviously, but like I wanted to pick a big enough number that like we don't have a ladder tall enough to go to. So like that becomes a very specific design-related impact. But if we're talking about, you know, hundreds of parcels with 3-family houses on them, like we generally know, you know, there's no necessarily sort of special fire or police or whatever impact outside of population increase and more users and, you know, more kids in the schools, more phone calls to the cops, more.
But one thing that is, I think that to Meredith's point, is if, let's just say the whole district were in areas that was non-residential now we'd be talking about the minimum of 2,461 units over a period of time. But if we're talking about some areas where there's already a lot of housing, we're really not going to get that same number. So, you know, that impacts the fiscal analysis because it might be half of that number that's really the population potential increase. And who knows what family size is going to be, by the way. Family size, you know, is a real big variable.
So I think there's a kind of a line between the speed with which we need to get some information versus how long it would take to get perfect information. Do you understand what I mean? Like, I think it's important to get some numbers on this.
I think it's
to inform the public conversation. If we wait for finalizing the districts.
All right, then you would say, assume something, assume 2,461 new units, and then do another analysis that assumes half that. Because I don't think you can, or what's a trigger number that's going to trigger a new school or trigger a fire department, a new fire station, or trigger whatever.
Because it's less likely to be, you know, if it's zoned at 36 Central and, you know, the Elliott Street and along the corridor. So,
but if we're going to work with them in determining that number, then we don't have to hold up the issuing an RFP. By the time you get a contract underway and negotiated underway, it takes time.
Right. So I guess, yeah, in lieu of a build-out analysis and in lieu of kind of, I'm going to take out the stuff of working with the consultants because I don't. We'll feed this vendor with whatever information they need. We'll put in some language on, you know, consulting with the planning board on appropriate chronological unit number, unit location kind of assumptions.
Okay.
And I'm assuming that for some of this, there's going to be some consultation with the school department on how they make their calculation. Because when I've seen Sean O'Rourke, the chair of the school building committee, he's talked about how they've been looking at like the 40Bs that are approved and expectations for new units. So I think we would want to get their numbers, how they calculate it, because it's I'm pretty sure it's a state kind of formula.
So just in the title, it says request for a proposal for analysis, outreach, and drafting zoning language.
Oh, yeah. Should probably fix that.
Yeah, probably. Would be my suggestion.
Are you in there? This is why we ask you to look at these.
I see the JE here. I can see who's typing away.
So yeah, so that's a good one. And yeah, I just think that, you know, we need to get if you daisy chain these tasks, then we're out into November and December.
Right. No, I totally.
It's really important for people to understand.
And just under this consultant tasks number 1, where it says, you know, which is UTL, which is performing technical work through Mass Housing Partnership Grant on all relevant tasks. What are these relevant tasks?
Maggie, I think I'm going to take that out because I think I'd rather replace that with like consultation with the board and the department on inputs.
Can I just?
Yeah, go for it, please.
So then on the utility infrastructure, so this is also a capacity analysis, I would assume?
Yes.
Like on our
sewers and
drain pipes
electrical.
and all that.
Yeah.
But are we relying on our DPW, or I would think we are, right? To tell us whether we have limitations in our capacity?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's a DPW thing, okay.
I mean, we can add something about consultation with relevant departments on that.
And then also, besides roads and schools and police and fire, just would probably need more staff, in the town hall. Do we have enough space in town hall for additional staff?
To do some more land swaps for more municipal buildings.
Well, I was going to ask about,
Because I heard that we're renting space in Quincy for staff.
Really?
Heard that.
Yeah, retirement officer is over there.
That's the attraction of care.
I'm actually in the retirement executive's old office.
Well, it makes me wonder about the old fire station.
The procurement officer, it's a whole big shakeup.
We don't have all night.
So we'll add language on consultation with relevant municipal departments, including schools and DPW. And I'll add an F there for just municipal government space needs.
and I don't know what the other board members think, but I was going to ask about off-street parking requirement needs / maybe loss of open space, because I think that's an impact that, as we're looking at this, what are we losing as open space on those lots?
So I think I don't want to have expectation. Let's think of how would you know that? I guess is the question. I think it's an important thing to.
Yeah. That's why I think it's a good idea to look at 88 Wharf. Look at 1 Elliott. Look at the buildings that right now, the footprint of open space. We're not going to lose open space on those.
Right. So
most likely.
You're thinking about the big parcels. I'm thinking about the little parcels, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you set a zoning envelope, and you set setbacks, and you set sort of impervious space requirements, and it's is it knowable to kind of understand what that potential is across those hundreds of lots? So
might be more challenging.
So I think we can definitely put it in. Can you add that?
So
So maybe parking, if it's 1 unit per, what are we at?
And the parking is a little bit easier. I'm thinking about the open space. It's kind of like
I know.
I don't want people to expect that there's going to be reliable information on things like that.
Right.
There may be, but things like parking are a little bit more kind of quantifiable.
Right.
If we think about some of the testing like we did in Milton Village, where you can pick a few parcels and test out the standards, I think that was a good way to do it. You're not going to do every parcel, but you learn a lot by testing out. You will remember we revised some of these things after we did that, right? So I think if that can be in somebody's scope, if not.
And I think it would be util, according to what their scope is that.
Something. Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Just test out, a few parcels when you apply this, right?
Yeah.
So,
util is doing that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's what it's in
That's
there.
part of their.
Yeah.
Good.
Now, and back to parking, can you put a requirement in that there's no additional parking? Because it's on transit, the whole goal is for transit?
So, I mean, this becomes a trade-off conversation, right? Where, especially in the transit area, if your concern is about open space, one good way to preserve the open space is to not require a driveway and a parking lot in the backyard.
You can put a maximum in and no minimum.
Right. So that becomes something that towns will do, is they'll set a parking maximum so that because with a parking minimum, it's one space per unit. You think, hey.
I would put that as the maximum and put no minimum. So to your point, if somebody thinks that they're going to, it's a transit community, you don't have to build it.
Because then also would we have a conversation with the police department, because I know as residents, you can go to the police department to get an on-street parking permit, and I feel like they've been issuing more and more of them. So how do we communicate to
Regulate
them
that,
that we
yeah.
don't want them to be issuing more and more of them?
Well, I mean, I think, and when we talk about, you know, and you know, we referenced this earlier about kind of this is like a joint decision-making process. I mean, like the planning board, you know, are the zoning folks, but this touches on so many other policy areas that are under select board control, for instance. And so, you know, what the actual mechanism would be, I don't know. It could just be, you know, the town administrator gets the chief on the blower and says, stop giving out so many hardship permits. You might want to, you know, formalize that a little bit more. But I mean, that's something where, you know, I think there's definitely, because we used to wrestle with this in the city of Boston all the time, where like for all sorts of reasons, you want to reduce the amount of parking, especially around transit, because you want to give, you know, people the opportunity, you know, to kind of live that kind of car light lifestyle. But then you've got an existing condition where we don't have overnight parking. We prefer not to have that. How do you sort of preserve that through policy? And so that's definitely something where, you know, keeping an eye on what those effects are going to be. So we'll definitely have to kind of keep that in mind.
So I have just one last question on the RFP. Because we've narrowed the scope, we're not asking zoning, we're not asking them to do, you know, now outreach, drafting the zone languages. Are we going to change are we still going to, you know, offer 49, almost 50, under 50,000 for a lot less scope of work?
So this is another,
because we're still going to need these services, so we might need to have the funding for other things.
Hang on to some money.
Yeah. So what would be the proper number, do you think, to put on just for doing the impact analysis?
I don't know.
'Cause it seems like the zoning is going to be
I think
the
they're
most
looking at
expensive.
more like, no more than 20 for it.
Yeah.
And so, and I know we've talked in the past about having the town administrator do a lot of this in-house. Can he do a preliminary cost analysis, because he has all the numbers, and then we have someone outside, and then we sort of
I
compare?
think that's going to be really tough to do, to even take a stab at in-house in the time frame that we need to.
I also think it's nice to, like with this work, to have an independent analysis of it that then can be, isn't, you know, the potential for any, you know, sometimes people will question whether there's any kind of intent or,
Yeah.
I don't want to call it bias, but you know, somebody independent is just, this is what they do, just like general code. I mean, they just that's every day they do this work.
Yeah. So Tim, I would trust you to put the number that you think is most appropriate with
Here's what
your
I'll say.
experience.
I'll do a little research, because these things tend to be done for like discrete, like individual projects, not as much for zoning. So that's where I'm going to be drawing from kind of examples. If it's below, if the typical thing is below $30,000, I'll go with that number. If I find that I'm seeing it be more than that, I'll come back to you all and we can talk about it. Is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, my instinct is this is not a big number. I mean, even
Right.
that feels like a big number, you know, in my opinion, you know. I just don't.
I think the actual zoning is going to be
We'll
more
need
costly.
We want the money there, and
want
this, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll need to keep some powder dry, but yeah.
Especially if we try and do form-based, that's going to be more expensive.
Do you have someone, Tim, in your community of town planners that may have already contracted someone for this?
I'm sure there is.
Yeah.
And because people have been doing not exactly this type of work, but similar type of work around MBTA communities. And then there's plenty of towns that will do, you know,
Yeah.
for big development projects, they'll do this type of analysis. So there are definitely firms out there, and
Yeah.
then we can kind of try to figure out what corresponds to like the similar size of the
Yeah.
project.
I just think, as you guys both said, I think the money will be needed, you know, for the zoning work.
And, you know, the other thing that I'll say is, you know, the state's been putting a lot of resources, you know, behind this for folks. It's all kind of been kind of fiscal year based. I'm still kind of crossing my fingers that there's going to be more goodies for us in July. Because the other thing that is a little bit kind of frustrating is there's some really great examples out there of towns that are doing really great engagement and analysis, and these are all towns that don't have to do zoning until, December of 2024. So they've got the luxury to kind of, do all sorts of nice, and like, we are kind of in the thick of the crappy, zoning analysis type stuff. So like, we're really kind of building a plane as we're flying it right now. And we really are kind of on a clock. So I think this is a really great conversation. I think we should continue this. And we'll get some more information from our consultants. I want to get this out next week if it's possible, so we'll make these edits. We'll find some comparable prices and set an appropriate sort of not to exceed. Like I said, if I find a couple good examples that are comparable and they're $20,000, great. If the examples come back and they're like 35, 40, I'll pump the brakes and come back and we can talk about it.
And can you just circulate the final draft before sending it out?
We'll send that out
that's great.
tomorrow afternoon or early
Great,
next week.
great.
We
'cause
checked in with the town of Dedham, who did an impact analysis. Their budget was around $25,000.
Okay.
And that was from like Jan Goldson, so familiar sort of planning firm. But that might be increasing as they're sort of gaining more understanding and sophistication. That was their expectation, that it would be between 25 and 30 rather than.
You said they were a lot easier because they just rezoned Legacy Place and.
So they had a lot more existing.
Yeah, but also, I mean, this was, the analysis that they paid Goldson to do kind of informed that decision. So this was kind of, they got a really, really, really early head start on just like getting money out the door and getting someone in to help them. But I think there's plenty of firms that are out there that are doing this. I think we'll be able to kind of figure this out. But I do just, I think getting this information in the queue is going to be important. Because I think, one element of this is, finding out what the possibilities for compliance with the model are. And then there's a whole other conversation about, well, how do we actually make that look and feel how we actually want it to?
Good. Thank you, Tim. Thank you for your work on that. So we'll just wait to hear from you on whether we're going to meet before May 11th or the 16th or 17th, what the time frame for MAPC is. So you can get that out and get the RFP out to everybody. That's great. And I think with the time we can move to our final agenda item, unless there's anything else, Tim, that you have. Okay. So the last thing on our agenda is the reorganization of the board and committee assignments. We currently, Jim, all have, we are representatives to various other committees and boards. You probably saw the various telecommunications design review committee. Sean is on that. Maggie has been the fair housing committee.
Which is, I haven't been invited to one meeting.
We haven't had any meetings. If and when that committee gets back on, Maggie's on it.
Okay.
We can talk about that.
Good, because that's
So,
important.
when we talked about this, no, Maggie, sorry. When we talked about this last year, we were kind of in the process of getting the Fair Housing Committee back on track.
Right.
And the select board kind of pumped the brakes on kind of all committee
Right,
creation.
that's right.
So we're still kind of in the queue on that.
Great, so.
Just before we go into, I just want to kind of let everyone know, just because there are kind of currently unexpired terms, but they're all kind of staggered right now. So Cheryl is MPIC until December or October 31. Meredith, you're good on open space until February of 25, unless the board decides otherwise. So because Rich is not here, Community Preservation Commission has an opening, and then there's a new committee that needs a planning board member, which is the Climate Action Planning Committee. Telecommunication Design Review is up, and then Meredith, you're up on capital improvement planning at the end of June.
Okay.
But, so those are current terms, but I think, the board is up to its discretion as to who it wants to serve on these committees,
So I just would open it up to see what people would like to do, what they would like to stay on. The CPC, Jim, is a great committee. That was Rich's committee that he was on. And that's a vacancy right now, if that's something you would want to consider or any. It's, yeah, they're starting a new cycle coming in June where they're going to be accepting applications. I think there's a meeting, you said on the 16th.
Is their next meeting, and eligibility applications for the next round of funding.
So it's a perfect time to be new on that committee.
Of May.
Of May, I'm sorry.
But we're talking about, yeah, whether we meet on that night or not as a planning board. But
I have Boy Scouts on Wednesdays, so that would trump anything.
So
Excuse me.
Are those,
Thank
their
you.
meetings are on Wednesdays?
Are they on Wednesdays?
No, it's on the 16th, which is Tuesday.
So all their meetings are on Tuesdays? Or they
They're
just?
on Wednesdays.
Typically, yeah.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, if you're on the committee, you might be able to
They might be able to meet on a
provide
different.
some input on that.
16th is a Tuesday?
Yes.
No, 16th of May is a Tuesday, but they meet on Wednesdays.
Normally.
They typically meet on Wednesdays, yeah.
Bring the scouts with you. They might learn something.
A little citizenship
And
and
the-
community merit badge.
It's actually a right requirement.
Right, exactly.
And the other thing
I
is,
think we would
yeah.
see more kids at our meetings.
I don't know that they meet I don't know how often they meet. It tends to be more,
Typically monthly, though, when it ramped up.
When it ramped
for
up,
the actual
right.
sort of final things, it was once every week for 3 weeks.
it gets close to.
I won't be able to do that once every week for 3 weeks, but monthly I can do.
I think
So maybe you could just reach out to the chair of the committee and see if it would work before deciding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and, right? That makes sense.
I'm not for the CPC, so if you have questions, you can ask me.
Yeah, right.
And then, Sean,
Work.
your telecommunication design review, we actually have an antenna coming.
Ah.
We do.
Yeah, but so we need to get you.
Exciting.
I don't know if you've been sworn in, and actually, it's an old committee that just kind of gets,
Yeah.
we haven't had a new antenna in quite some time. One of the members actually unfortunately died recently, so there's actually a vacancy on that one as well,
Oh,
which
really?
is kind of, but you and Nick Gray from the Board of Appeals makes a quorum, so
Good.
we'll have some
Wow.
business for you soon.
Yeah. And the other thing, Jim, because I don't want to put you, is the Capital Improvements Committee also, they meet for anyone interested, they meet, they
at
really
7
don't meet.
a.m., right?
7 a.m., but I think we only met 4 times this year because we didn't know how much free cash we had until December. So there were really limited number of meetings. You don't meet all year on the Capital. Usually you start meeting a little bit earlier than December, but you don't meet all year, and the meetings are at 7 a.m. typically on a Tuesday morning.
That I could do.
So if that's interesting, it's interesting to see, different projects that are sort of in the works and what people are looking to do. So if that would be a preference, my term is up. Just on that, I could rotate but we should have somebody on CPC. So I don't know.
Well, I was sort of thinking the ones that sort of, because I've got a lot of free
Yeah, and
time from
whatever
the fair
people-
housing. The Climate Action Planning Committee, I'd be interested in. I would never want to kick Cheryl off of master plan, but if you ever want to come off of it, that would be another one. I feel like I would be more interested in the climate action over the CPC though. But if you needed somebody on CPC, I don't know. I think I'd prefer climate action over CPC.
Okay.
I don't want to commit to CPC on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
That's because that's a night you have.
Yeah.
So, after all the years I've been on it, MPIC, in the past, I offered it up to folks and didn't, no takers. But I feel like we're getting close to the end now, and I feel like, yeah, and it just feels like it's a lot to ramp up to, and no offense, but 3 volumes, and I was on the committee in 2013. It's like, so I feel like
That
it's a
makes
good
sense.
thing to just kind of
Finish
off, yeah.
Yeah, no, I
And
get that.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind something else, CPC, CAPC. I mean, they sound interesting to me too, but I think it's
Or just
probably
offer it
best
in
to,
case you're
yeah.
bored.
Thanks. No one offered in the past.
Okay, and I am fine with the open space and recreation. We're sort of in a mid
Yeah.
process too on the updates.
We're going to be doing some
Oh,
public
can I
stuff.
just say something about CAPC? Rich had applied for that, and there were only 2
At-large.
at-large, and he wasn't selected for the at-large. But there is a possibility, it says or designee. So if, otherwise, that is a possibility. We could ask Rich to be or we could designate Rich to be our designee to that committee, if there was interest in that. And I did ask him before I brought it up, because I spoke to him yesterday. I said, Rich, did you get appointed to that? Because we had talked about that before. And so anyway, that's how this conversation came up.
CAPC?
The CPC, yeah.
The Climate Action Planning Committee.
Oh, the climate action, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the one that you just said you wanted to do.
She wanted to do that, yeah.
Does he have a designee?
I think
No.
No.
That's why I remember Kathleen was our person, and then we had to swap her out for Rich. So that's
Okay, but that's, I'm sorry, you said you wanted
Yeah,
to see the Climate Action Planning, okay.
So let's think about the CPC. I mean, I would,
So are we allowing Maggie onto the climate action?
yeah, why don't we make a motion to, or if somebody would like to make a
So
motion.
we've got Jim for Capital Improvement Planning Committee, Maggie for Climate Action Planning Committee, Cheryl for Master Plan Implementation Committee. Sean, you want to stick with the telecom?
I'll stay where I am, yeah.
It's an easy one.
I need something in my life to be easy. Thank you.
No, I don't mean the committee's an easy one, because who knows, maybe we'll get some really awful
That's probably how it'll go.
cell tower one of these days.
So that leaves the CPC still, and the affordable housing?
I could do the CPC. I was involved with the, sort of the initial, when we were trying to launch the CPC from the historic, so I was very familiar with a lot of the projects because there's been a lot of deferred historic properties in Milton that have not had any funding. There's, the open space, I'm very concerned about, funding open space. I would be happy if nobody else to, and I don't know if we could have alternates to fit, like if I couldn't make a meeting, if we could have
It is
another.
a very large committee, so quorum isn't usually an issue. Rich had some conflicts and that didn't run into.
So if I just would want, to always make this sort of the focus, but if there's no one else, and maybe we think about it, if anyone else, do we have to decide tonight? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if the housing hasn't really jumped up yet,
We
but,
can pick up when it actually becomes a committee.
because if that's not a heavy lift, I might be interested in doing that. I don't want to take a CPC and MPIC, because chairing MPIC takes me a lot of time anyway, so.
So you would do, fair housing might be.
Fair housing might work if
it picks up.
Yeah, I think there's in some ways, a correlation between the housing piece of the master plan that we want to be talking about, I think, in the next 6-8 months. So anyway.
Yeah, I think in the new term, we'll bring that back to the select board and see if they want to reorganize that committee.
I don't mind being on it either, but so whatever.
All right, so why don't we just wait until they
Yeah,
see?
we'll wait until it actually happens, if it actually happens, and then we can kind of revisit that.
And to your point about the CPC, I mean, I wouldn't mind attending a meeting to get a sense of the load, know? And so if you wanted to wait to decide, Meredith, because you were
let's
kind of,
hold off on,
wanting.
it is because I watched a lot of their meetings, so it does get pretty busy at the end when you're trying to narrow down the
The other thing is that you're on the historical commission as well, so having those 2 titles as a member of the CPC might be conflicting.
Well, I would,
Because
I
is
wouldn't
there
want it
already
to-
a representative from the historical commission?
Yeah, Linda Weld is on it, so she represents.
Yeah,
So.
it's less of a conflict conversation and more of just kind of spreading the wealth.
Spreading, yeah. I mean,
It's
on
an
the.
interesting committee, though. We should.
I mean,
it's cool.
All right, so
Yeah,
Julie, how about letting me know when the next meeting is? I'll just.
16th.
The 16th.
The
Oh, that's
16th.
right. We just talked about
Yeah. No, Cheryl, if you want to do it, that would be great if you,
I don't
Do
I'm going to see. I'm not going to committing yet.
And they're short, they're only like an hour and a half.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're not like these until midnight.
Okay.
So we've got
So that's
Jim
good.
for capital improvement, we've got Maggie for climate action planning, Cheryl for MPIC, Sean for telecom, Meredith for open space, and then we'll TBD on the other two.
Yeah, I think that sounds good. So we need to vote on those formally. So if we can have a motion to accept those
So moved.
nominees as discussed. Second?
I'll second.
Okay. Then we can do Cheryl, roll call. No, we all go aye.
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 That was a unanimous
Just
vote.
vote first. Yeah. Okay. So then we have the reorganization of the board, which, Jim, so that we don't, all that we really have, some committees have a chair, vice chair, and secretary. We just have a chair and a secretary, which Cheryl has been serving, and I've been serving as the chair.
But in the event of, like, say, Meredith not at a meeting, she can designate a chair. So.
Or Cheryl, yeah, typically it would be the secretary would step in.
The secretary can be the chair for that meeting,
Right,
yeah.
right. So if there's a time that I get sick and somebody else needs to run the meeting. Yeah, that doesn't happen very often, so that's, try to be, yeah. Then we all, yeah.
Take the week off.
We all Zoom.
We'll Zoom. And we'll start the meeting at noon this local time here.
So Julia should be chair for all she does. So unfortunately, we can't nominate Julia, but any discussion, and I leave it up to everybody.
Thank you for being chair, Meredith. I know that in my 8 years, I was chair twice. It's not the easiest of tasks to try and keep everybody on topic and on time. But I was wondering, Sean, I haven't talked with any of you, so whether you would have an interest in taking over as chair. So I won't nominate you unless you say you're interested.
You know, my problem is bandwidth. And, you know, and I realize it takes time to do the role, you know, I really do. And I just don't feel like I have enough time. It's really one of the reasons I take one of the lightest duties, committee assignments that we have, because I'm challenged to run the business, you know, the company that I work at, and I'm also I am chair of the board at Severian, which is a lot of work for me. So I just don't have the bandwidth to do it. I appreciate your interest and your confidence in me being able to do it, but I just don't think I could do it well. That's just how I feel. I just don't think I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
It would be great.
So I recommend Meredith to continue as chair, because you've done a great job, and it's nice to have a little bit of continuity. That's my
I'm open to whatever.
motion. I'll make a motion. Is that what I do? Make a motion.
That's a good motion.
I was gonna second.
We all second that.
So can we just have a little bit of discussion?
Yeah,
before we take a vote?
absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not, it's not so much a discussion about the motion. I just want to make some suggestions about the meetings, and it's not meant to be critical, so please don't view it as being critical.
Absolutely.
But, you know, Rich and I have, I think a few times during the last year had talked about the meetings and the agendas and timeframes and so forth. So in the spirit of being efficient with our time, these are suggestions for the chair. Is introducing each agenda item and its purpose and the action that we're intended to take, like when we started out. And sometimes, you know, it might be that the introduction comes from, more detail comes from the applicant or from Tim. But at least for the public's purpose too, is sort of set the expectation of what's going to be accomplished in this meeting on that agenda item. And then also setting a time frame for it, which is the challenging part too. But it kind of help discipline everybody, not just the chair, but discipline all of us, you know, to be sort of efficient with our comments. And then I'd really like to go back to having the staff reports. You know, I do work in other communities too, where it's like the way the meetings are set up and run. Like the chair will do the introduction of the topic, and then they'll go to the applicant, and then they'll go right to the staff report before any public comment or any board comment or discussion. And I just view that as the staff is the one that's reviewed the applications, making sure that they understand them, that they're complete and so forth. And it can save us a little time if they've gone through and they say it's consistent with the zoning or consistent with this or that. And then that could just help us get through more things on the agenda. And then the same spirit of the time limit is to set a time limit for citizens speak. I know the select board does that, so like they set 15 or 20 minutes, and if they've got a lot of people, they tell a lot of people that they've got less time to speak, right? So that way they can get through more of the agenda. And some of this kind of responds to the way even some members of the public have become a little bit frustrated with how long they might have to sit and wait for an agenda item. And then
and limit our own comments.
That's what I'm saying. We all,
it's not to cut you off, but it's almost 11:30. No, I'm just kidding. But I would love, if I am
I have
nominated,
two more, if I may.
But
two more
please,
comments.
and I would love to, you can send those to whoever's chair. But
there have been a few times when I've asked for things to be put on the agenda. They've never made their way on the agenda. I feel like they need to make their way on the agenda because we're all elected and we all have a voice that if we think that there's something that's appropriate to be on the agenda, that at least has an opportunity to get on the agenda. Mm-hmm. So and it might be that it takes time to get on the agenda, but I'd like to make sure that that happens. Mm-hmm. And that would include committee that we serve on, having some updates on that. Mm-hmm. There's been a lot of questions about what the Master Plan Implementation Committee's been doing and how I've been chairing that, which after 7 years and being on this board for 8 was a little offensive, I have to say. But I'm trying to work in good faith and collaboration. And so I'd like that if we're going to do that with the MPIC, that we do it with all of our committees.
It is required under the MPIC to report to the planning board twice a year.
And to the select board,
and to the select board, too. So
and
that's
to the town meeting,
it's not in the requirements of the other committees, but we should do that.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree. Yeah.
So those are my comments that I wanted to do in the context of the chair position vote, okay? Mm-hmm.
So I do understand limiting comment, but also I have spoken at the selectmen's meeting too, and public comment is for the public, and sometimes I do feel rushed when I speak, and I have to limit what I say because I'm like trying to get it all out in a really, short amount of time. And I feel like it's the responsibility of the board to listen to the public. And yes, our nights can get long and we're all really tired, but that's why we're here. We're here to serve the public. And yes, some people can go on and it's hard to cut people off. But sometimes I do feel like people should, especially the residents, should have a little bit more time if they really feel like they need the time. So maybe it's just if we have a lot of residents at a public hearing especially, that's when maybe we have to...
Yeah, so one thought about that too is if we said on a public hearing that's going to be long and have a lot of topics, like if people can focus their topics on that, what we've been discussing that night.
And that's what we've been doing
traffic,
with memory care, say
and so forth. Yeah.
This needs to be pertinent to
yeah.
But I just don't ever want a resident to feel like they don't have the time, or we don't have the time to listen to them.
Well, no, on that same note, one thing I forgot to say that is something I've been thinking of. We also have residents who send in emails or send in letters, and we read some of them into the record, but not all of them. And I think we really need to be consistent about it. Mr. Mooring, who was here earlier, he emailed us some time ago, and I don't know that he got responses. And I think that I did speak to him. I did email him. I thanked him for his email, and then we chatted. And he's a relatively newer resident to town, and I think we want people like that to participate. So it's important that they know if they've written something to us that it's going to get as much attention from us as if they come to a meeting and speak to us. So that's some consistency on policy. Whatever we want to do with that, I think would be a good thing too.
Yeah, and that's a good point, because I have to admit that I haven't responded to anybody, because I'm not really sure if I should be responding.
I typically respond to
or
people.
not responding, and I kind of feel bad for not responding, but then I don't know how much I should respond and how much not to respond. So I sort of felt like it was safer for me not to respond.
And I think maybe what we do is we come up with what we think is a good approach, like for example on MBTA communities, right, where some of the emails that we got are detailed and with some very specific suggestions and ideas, and maybe we invite those folks to come to a meeting so we can have a conversation with them about it. And others might just purely be they wanted to get their point in the record, right? So I don't know. I just think we need to be a bit more consistent and thorough with it, because people will be frustrated if they just feel like they send something in, they never hear from someone, it doesn't get discussed at a public meeting, and they, that we're giving more credence to people who come and or sit on the Zoom and participate that way. MBTA communities in particular is going to be something where we want to make sure we give folks as much opportunity to give us feedback as possible, right?
So I'll give a very quick response to what you said, and I spend so much of my time in meetings, far more than I really want to, and I think for meetings to be successful, no matter where it is, no matter who it is, structure, process, discipline, collaboration, absolutely necessary. And I think some of the things that you said will make these meetings better. And it's necessary that everybody, all of us, all 5 of us, contribute to making it a good meeting. But I think a lot of what you said is really good for us to, you almost want to have a code of conduct as a planning board for how you're gonna conduct business. So they all make good sense to me. And maybe we can get ourselves to 4-hour meetings. I don't know.
I know. Let's
if
try
we
that.
do. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
There's a motion on the floor.
So,
Second, I second it.
mhm. Is there a second? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. I'm not even sure if I'm supposed to vote. Okay. All right.
can
Good.
vote.
And with that, I think we're ready for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Good night.
Thank you. Yeah.
Good.
Jim, welcome to your first planning board meeting.